Is liberty dying where you live? Escape to Keene at freekeene.com.
And then you just pay attention to whatever happens. If they give you a hard time, I'll speak up for it. How are you? All right.
I guess guys probably have touched the chairs up here.
Yeah, they had us around the table before, but
well, you could. Probably maybe you should probably sit and have everybody else sitting or whatever. Probably one person sitting up and everybody else right behind whoever. It doesn't matter. I'll let you guys decide. All right.
Oh, it's like nothing like that in real life.
Criminals.
I know, right? Brother?
I heard you're rolling out something.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll out tomorrow, so
Make sure I get you that one.
Rapture. How's it going? Good.
yeah.
This one.
Yeah, they get diagrams. One of my They've made me take off my do-rag in here. I've tried to be considerate in the past, but really? They'll turn half. Maybe they're jealous. Yeah. Do you know who was on AKPF Chalk Removal Squad?
No, was it all removed?
Yeah.
I went out to 640 and it's still wet.
Yeah. Little remnants of it.
They did City Hall too. They did it in the library.
Yeah, the library.
So you're a spokesperson. That's better. So you're a spokesperson.
She said, it was my first wedding. Would you hear that? They made some I'll give that lecture video. Well,
Goes back there.
Lauren Tebow. How you feeling today?
I feel good. You?
Pretty peaceful.
Pardon? Your name, sir? John Meyer. Nice to meet you, sir. Come ahead.
Charlie Bauer.
Cheshire City. Hi, John.
Yeah,
Charlie. There you go. Your name?
Jane McDermott.
What are you here for?
Court case.
You're just here
I'm
to
a parking
observe?
enforcement officer.
You have to sit in the back, I guess. Right?
No, we're supposed to be going up with our lawyer.
You haven't told me that yet. Let's see. You want her up? Huh? Sure, all right.
Two more.
He's got it.
Hey, guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, I think we've got these ones around the table. Good use of Keene taxpayer dollars. You guys come on.
Big money.
They got money to throw around.
Gotta speak the
Money
truth.
out of the parking.
If there's no chairs, you'll have to stay out in the lobby.
What's up, Reg?
Hey.
Huh? There's absolutely nothing that was
You guys want to
Never seen this before.
get into Graham and Pete?
Bob.
Now I'm going to the end of the case.
One of those electric ones.
I sure do love technology.
You don't know what's up. Hey, we can Graham.
There's not the other thing here. Take it away from him. He's going to use it in there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait. Here, I'll put it in my pocket.
Yeah, put it in your pocket, leave it there.
Well, when we breathe, there's probably water, like condensation that comes out of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely there.
Is there a limit that can come off of each breath? Is it? Should we try to set that? Like two parts per million or something?
Is like the physical thing that looks like smoke just considered offensive?
Smoking isn't allowed in the courtroom.
But it's not smoking. I mean, for lack of a better word, it's vaping.
Smoking is healthier than fascism. That's what I'd say. To some of these folks here. Sure. Yeah, I don't need anybody to stay cool. I'll be around. You guys have any idea how much taxpayer coins been tied up doing all this circus thus far?
Thousands, it's gotta be thousands, right?
Gotta be
Hiring
tens of
private
thousands.
attorneys.
All their salaries. Digging into
I mean,
this.
shoot, they're paying Peter Thomas, what, $27.50 an hour?
Oh yeah,
to
the
fill
attorneys
us?
are probably
He's not even
270 an hour,
doing
so
it.
it's not 300. Two attorneys, too. Must be nice if you have money you didn't earn.
Takes time to try to figure out how to circumvent free speech rights.
So where's
We try, they do claim that they would put that footage within a week. You want to do that?
Had me? Okay. Go ahead.
Like coming into a club.
You're gonna have to have a seat when we start. There is one right over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
First reason was that they deleted it.
How's it going? Is it surprising to be friendly? Is that what that was?
What's that, a smoke, a cigarette or something?
It's electric. They call them electric cigarettes. Yeah, really? You can't use it until the judge.
Yeah.
See you
Blowing smoke around.
Yeah, no vapors or whatever it is.
I thought that reaction was
I didn't know.
dismissive.
I didn't know
Never
what the heck
seen
it was.
it?
No, I never seen it.
Never seen it. A lot of body heat here today.
It's really warm in here.
Sorry.
My personal Twitter.
Okay.
I
Berry78.
think Chambers.
Robin Hood Trail.
I put tallies up there, so.
I think Ben's done both his phone and so. Posting things from the phone.
Do you want me to tell Joe and Steady and me about this now?
Yeah, sorry.
It's always fresh food. Yeah. They do. So it's nice to
Oh, there's a trash over there.
There. Like Jane there. Okay. What's your name? Yeah, Michael. Okay.
Can you come
How's the weekend? Beautiful. What'd you get into?
Went to Maine and relaxed.
Out on the coast or?
So what's that? That to help you quit smoking?
Sort of, not really. I mean, they're great because there's no physical side effects to them. Like you won't get lung cancer from them.
Sort of like a pacifier. I used to smoke years ago, and that's what it was with me, and I threw them away. And, yeah.
No, I mean, the issue with them is they'll still keep you massively addicted to nicotine, but like if not more than you would be from cigarettes, but they're just not bad for you physically.
Yeah, they have like a liquid cartridge with the nicotine, so there's not.
So this was the vapors?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like it's completely otherwise. There's no chemicals or anything.
I never saw it before.
Makes me
I
pretty glad to be
suppose
around.
it would help people trying to quit.
Yeah, they have sort of like short-term, like ones that are inexpensive to throw away, and then they have other ones.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that was like $10. I just throw it away when it runs out.
Yeah.
That's the market, I guess.
Another gimmick. Somebody making millions, huh?
Where in Maine were you?
Pardon me?
Where in Maine were you?
Wells. Scarborough, yeah. Cabela's Sporting Goods is in Scarborough.
Yeah, I've never been there.
Never? It's worth it to go. It's interesting, yeah. A lot of fish in the tanks you can see. And
I went to Cabela's in Wisconsin one time. That's where my buddy Dave was from, and I was open carrying with an ankle holster at the time. And I walked in, you know, the lady's like, I thought she was going to say something about it, but she asked me about my 5-finger shoes. But then later she came up and she's like, you know, we have this store policy, and you know, I'm sorry I didn't know it at the time, but you know, we don't. We'd like to not have loaded firearms here, so if you want to take that out and just remove the mag in front of me, that'd be great. I said, no problem. You know, it was just like that, but it was, she was like, okay, that's great. You know, and it was like.
you just had to empty it?
Yeah.
Carry it, but
Where'd you say
not-
that was at, Pete?
That was in Wisconsin.
Where at?
Southeast Wisconsin. I mean, it's the open Cabela's.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you gotta respect the price. It was like very civil, I guess is the point I was trying to make. She's like, oh, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I was like, oh, it's fine.
They know that. They work around good.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Working at Cabela's.
You know what's interesting in Cabela's in Maine? Behind the counter, they have dog pens. So you don't have to leave your dog in the truck or a car. You can bring them in, it's all air conditioned. They have little cages for them to hold them, and they can give them water and whatever, and they're happy, and you can go shopping. So they make it convenient for people.
It's like a daycare in a gym or something. It's probably.
Sit in the jury box.
And a lot of it is
Where they can sit. Yeah, the place is full. That's it. No, not inside, not unless they're with the attorneys.
Yeah, it's turned.
No, that's for the bailiffs.
Yeah. Court Street, Washington.
Hopefully the new courthouse will have a lot more room. And everybody will be able to get in.
What are they doing, like the conferencing and
Children? Oh, I don't know.
Well, they've got live fishing. Dude, that's where we had our first protest drill. Right? Isn't that where you got it from, Cabela's?
That's where you're not.
No, the grill. That one we have to see.
She's part of
The
this.
one that's underneath you.
Okay, you can come in. Have a seat right there.
You think maybe we could move that stuff down and put another chair there?
Projectors.
So is Tom gonna sit?
I'll sit here. Can we put more chairs beyond that?
Only if Bob says so. He's running the courtroom, I'm just assisting him, so if he wants to put more in there, that's up to him. We don't have a lot of chairs.
Yeah.
We have a jury drawer up here. We only have so many. And this place is full of people. They do
Be a
that.
jury, right? Like those chairs could be utilized over there.
Or we can just get all these threats dismissed.
No,
You want to post to Robin Hood? You want to check out 3 Keene Williams? Post this right up there on the top of the page. I bet Fred Parcells won't be wearing a uniform today when he's writing tickets. Is there anyone out, Rob? There's someone out there.
Excellent.
It's a violation though, right, for him not to wear a uniform?
He might have different authority to be out Fred Parcells.
That's cute.
All codes.
I do.
I saw him driving actually when I was biking up here.
Yeah, I saw his cohort driving around too.
Probably didn't see him.
We're full.
Sorry?
We're full. You're not going to be able to stay in here.
Hey, Bailiff, how come there are fewer chairs in here today?
Everyone has to have a seat, so.
Oh, I see. Well,
No, hold on. We're gonna get you guys sitting in the jury chairs.
okay.
That's gonna be gone over with the judge.
There. Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious who gets to decide who comes up here, because, like, I don't know who all these individuals are. Like, are they any more involved than these folks?
We're all part of the legal team.
I mean, how about this young lady or that young lady?
Part of the legal team.
And I bet if some
Well, how about-
bureaucrat who wasn't involved in the legal team
Well, these
showed
are
up,
all
he'd
part
be
of our
allowed to
legal
see.
team.
Everyone in here is, all our people,
my friend.
the people who use reason and logic are part of my legal team.
Must be nice if you could just steal all the money that you earn, huh?
Courtroom is a very structured setup, resolving disputes. Where if we were just to come to a table and have a conversation, it seems like it would be a lot simpler, you know. But legal team, because the structure is so complicated, there needs to be a legal team. Like, we're just 6 people here representing ourselves. Like, we have our friend John who offered to help us as a lawyer, but
Yeah, John's not charging us. What are you guys getting charged by those lawyers? Whew. Can't be cheap. Oh, when I say you guys, I mean the taxpayers, because it's not like you guys are paying for it. Right? Right, Leon? Or is it the insurance company that's paying for the lawyers?
No, it's definitely the taxpayers.
Well, I mean, one or the other, the taxpayers are paying the insurance company, paying their bills. Rates are going to go up though, right, Leon?
He's a tech.
Somebody's paying for it. And it ain't them.
funny that when the few of the 6 of us that tried to engage in a conversation about this tried to meet with the attorney for the city, he did one of those terms to be, it's a sort of pseudo-private conversation, like, you can report on it, but if you report it too accurately, I might steal your camera, or have my friends in the state police steal your camera, as happened to me. I mean, my camera's been stolen like over 45 days now, still don't have it back. And we're here over filled meters.
Yeah, I think that would cause anybody concerned who actually cares about serving the public, that they subsist on their stolen money.
You think one of the missions of the City of Keene was to defend property rights, not to send out like armed secret agents to steal property.
How's it feel to be on that side of aligning with thieves and...
Where are all the parking enforcement supporters this morning? Any parking enforcement supporters in the room? Guess they didn't make it out.
I think they might all have active warrants. Sometimes you'll hear them say things like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat your down in jail."
Where's Keene Citizens for parking?
I don't see them anywhere.
Inside New York. It's inside joke.
I hope if any of us step back and look at this, we realize how ridiculous it is and what a waste of time and resources it is.
I think they realize that, but I don't think they're going to acknowledge it.
You know, I question anybody that goes home and tells their spouse or kids that they did a good job and they're proud of their work today, and any day they were working on this kind of BS.
Hashtag turbo.
We could all be playing tennis right now, exercising, having fun.
See you at the court.
I watched that this morning.
That was a fun.
That's pretty good.
That was shot with pretty much no. There's too much shot, just no edited or anything. Yeah, just get it out there.
The high fives.
Yeah, I've had that in my mind for a while.
It's good to laugh.
I don't know. I just didn't show up today. That could be different. I don't know.
They're taking a mighty long time back there.
9:23.
I think they ought to be charged for something forward. 7, 9 a.m.
Well, they started.
We were all here at 9 a.m.
They're in the back talking.
We're already away from this
Put it on the projector.
I like that.
Maybe put that tennis one up.
Yeah.
It's only 2 minutes.
Yeah, that could be evidence somewhere or another.
Oh, I heard that video was doctored.
Why don't you show it on your laptop for everybody?
What's the ideas? I think Dr. Dave, what happened to Dr. White? Yeah, Dr. Dave.
Beg for permission, slave.
This little window down.
I have no idea. These people have to get permission.
Did you get it?
Video.
Yeah.
You can check with the other bailiff, but
Okay.
you can't just stand up and start
You have to
taking
get a permit to exercise your rights.
I'm surprised we're allowed to have phones and cameras today due to
Phones have to be off.
here for the Brotherhood event.
That's what
Last time
it's,
everything was confiscated.
So when does the other bailiff come? Was he your boss or something?
Cellular
Yeah.
phone
Yeah, okay. I'll wait.
device they wanted to confiscate.
Outside working hours? The other bailiff and the judge?
Pardon me?
Are there working hours like the other bailiff and the judge?
Then you in person, you got hearts on it. It just shows.
You look like someone who's around.
We need to establish an anti-freedom zone to protect our eagles.
They have some regulations about that.
You want to sit down here?
I noticed that
You can sit here if you want.
I bet it's the cash on the site.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You guys had conversation, or just were around people who claim to work for you? These are job descriptions that people might be around. Now they're told to be in legal land.
Sure, you said conversations there. I don't even know how many conversations you've had in the building.
Oh, I know I have.
Conversation.
Yeah, you haven't ever wrote into it, actually.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm here. It's easy for people to collect about it sometimes and perpetuate the us versus them divisions instead of trying to find commonalities and peacefully coexist. Much prefer the latter.
I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, you just yeah, you feel like doing exercise together.
Stand up, citizens.
Where you hold up like the different colors.
Yeah. It's like a big mirror.
I'm just saying, which I have no problem with the fact that that's what had to happen. Somebody doesn't look at it.
Oh, yeah.
Ian, you ought to spell Paulette's name.
John Paulette? Yeah, you don't use it.
Yeah, you don't use it.
Yep. They said they were with Ian and they're part of this group.
There's no chairs, you gotta stay out in the lobby.
They're going to negotiate for us being able to submit iterations.
You're gonna go and they're not gonna, that's not gonna happen. You're gonna stay
He's just
out
gonna
in the
obey.
lobby. So there's no chairs. That's the rule, that's all I can tell you.
This guy over here in the corner has a flash camera and he wanted to take pictures. And I stopped him.
No. It's a rule, you have to file a permission. It's a court rule, yeah. If you want an explanation on it, you can get downstairs at the window and ask them. That's right.
Hey T-Bo, did you see this shirt? You said it's just the rules, so I thought it said just doing my job. I thought I'd point that out to you.
That's fine.
I mean, I hope you think about it at some point.
That's all right.
Think about what throughout history just doing your job led people to do, you know? Sure.
You doing?
I'm famous for saying just doing my job. Like Hitler's right-hand man. I don't remember his name.
It's probably good.
I bought it Friday.
Camera, I got the runner on from where the woman was that you see the warrant. Yeah, when a lawyer volunteered to call for me, oh, it was sealed. They couldn't just tell me that. People shouldn't have special rights just because they went to school or whatever, got a license.
You all set?
We are.
Okay.
You all set?
Oh, there's some over there on the other.
That picture of water was there, over there on that pit bench, right over there. All right.
Morning, please be seated. Here is the matter of City of Keene versus James Cleveland et al. If I could have counsel identify themselves for the record.
There's no chair, so
Charles
you have to
Bauer
stay outside.
from
No
Gallagher,
chair.
Callahan,
No,
and
stay
Gartrell.
outside and take
On
off your
behalf
hat
of
if you're in
City
here,
of
but
Keene.
stay outside right now.
Robert Beal, Gallagher, Callahan, Gartrell.
The whole courthouse. It is, yep. Just stay outside in the lobby.
Holy drawer, here is city attorney.
Do that now or I'll get a deputy. Okay.
Just want to know, I support the Free Staters. That's all I want people to know.
Okay.
Kay Ager, Ian Freeman, and Graham Colson. And Mr. Ayer, you want me to stand up and identify yourself?
Mr. Eyre, if you just stand and identify yourself for the record. You don't have to stand, but if you
Yeah,
want
my
to
name's
identify
Pete Eyre.
yourself for the record.
My name
Sorry?
is Pete Eyre. I'm here. I was told to be here, so I don't know why, but I'm here. Otherwise, men with guns would come after me, so I figured I'd show up.
As I've said in prior decisions in this case, we're scheduled for an evidentiary hearing on the city's request for preliminary injunctive relief. And after we have the evidentiary hearing, I will hopefully, time permitting, and if we don't, we'll schedule additional time. I'll allow both sides time to argue some of the legal issues that are pending before the court. Is the city prepared to call its first witness?
Yes.
Call this down, Linda Ducereau. Right up here.
Swear. Either way.
Okay. Linda, you just raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please be seated. For the record, please state and spell your last name.
My last name is pronounced DeRusso. It's spelled D-E-S-R-U-I-S-S-D-A-U-S.
Okay. And you go by Lynn, don't you?
Correct. My legal name is Linda.
Okay. And it's L-Y-N or N-N for the record?
My legal name is L-I-N-D-A.
I understand that.
Okay,
You
but
go by-
L-Y-N-N.
Okay. You have some water there if you need it? Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Lynn, I'm going to call you Lynn if I may.
Please.
Lynn, how long have you been working for the City of Keene?
13 and a half years, a little over 13 and a half years. January of 2000.
Do you live in Keene?
I do not live in the city of Keene.
Your business address is what? In the City of Keene?
The station is 400 Marlborough Street.
What's your educational background?
High school diploma and some college.
Born and raised in what area of the country?
The Lakes region. New Hampshire.
What other type of work background have you had prior to working for the city? Just generically.
Previously I worked playback retail for several years. More than several years. Probably about 20 years all told. 3 different positions before I started here.
And you've been working for the city for about 13 years, and what do you do for the city? What capacity?
I work in the parking department as an enforcement officer.
And what are your duties and responsibilities then over the last 13 years?
Basically patrolling the area for any violations in parking, try to keep things from getting confusing, that type of stuff.
What's the geographical area that you cover for work?
City limits.
I have a map here. This is a map of the city in terms of the parking enforcement, if I may use that, Judge.
Certainly.
So just with your finger, if you would, just show for the court
Hey, Meyer, if you need to stand to see anything, you're certainly free to move around so you can see this.
Just the metered parking is in green.
Right, this area.
Okay, just indicating with your finger on the map. And this is the downtown parking map for the record. And then there's some unmetered 2-hour parking as well. There's that.
We're up here, Washington Court Street, right here on Summer.
Okay with it here?
Yes. Okay. I mean, if you just try to
Speak
raise
up
your
a little,
voice,
okay.
I can hear you, but I'm concerned that the parties in council may not be able to hear you.
Roxbury Street and also Railroad Street.
Okay, just for the judge's sake, point where we are right now.
Winter Street.
Okay, so we're right here in the courthouse, and the square, the downtown square is where? Right in the middle. So essentially, you're a perimeter.
This area right here for me, your patrol, anything else is just other violations.
Okay. Your Honor, I just marked that as plaintiff 1.
Any objection? No objection. Plaintiff 1 is a full exhibit.
May I proceed, or should I wait?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, Lynn, so how do you get around in terms of checking the meters and interacting with the public, that sort of thing? Do you do it on foot? Do you do it on bicycle? How do you get around?
On foot. It's usually on foot. We don't use bicycles or any other segways or anything.
Are there any motor vehicles that you ever use?
Yes, we do.
Describe that to the judge, please.
We have 2 vehicles that we use. They're Ford Transit. They're a type of vehicle that we can use to move things such as meters and equipment and different things you need. We have room to put stuff in there.
About how many miles do you cover every day?
People ask me that all the time. I assume you mean on foot.
Yes.
A long time ago, somebody told me it was probably between 4 and 6 miles.
Okay. And are you in pretty good shape because of that?
Yeah, that's like one of the best things, the outdoors and the exercise.
Yeah. Do you like your job?
I do.
You've been working for 13 years. Do you consider this do you work full-time, part-time?
Full-time.
And approximately what are the hours?
I worked Monday through Friday now, 7:30 to 3:30. That's been different over the years, but currently that's what I do.
Okay. And are you an hourly employee?
Yes.
And what do you make per hour?
$20.
And are you also a union employee?
Yes.
You remember which union?
The AFT.
How long have you been a member of the union?
Since 2006.
So as an employee for the City of Keene, you have a contractual relationship with the City of Keene to do your job and you get paid, right?
Okay.
And you're also a union employee.
That's
You have
correct.
certain benefits and rights there.
Right.
What other benefits and rights do you get from the City of Keene besides getting paid for doing your job properly?
As far as like medical benefits?
Your Honor, objection relevance.
Establishing the employment relationship, Judge.
Wait, there is an employment relationship. It's already been testified to. If we had been asked, I would have acknowledged the employment relationship. I don't see what the benefit she receives or doesn't receive have to do with any of the disputed issues in this case.
It's relevant to the claim that we're asking this court to issue an order to have people moved back 30 feet from her while she does her job, and the sense that of her job being restricted, limited, or impaired.
How do the benefits that she receives from her employment relationship bear on that question?
It bears in that this is a career job for her. It's a significant economic interest that she has in her job. It's not just $20 a day or $20 an hour, Judge. It's significant.
Your Honor, the argument that from a constitutional or statutory perspective, that her rights are any more or any less because the amount of pay she receives and the amount of benefit she receives is nonsensical. It wouldn't matter here if she was a minimum wage worker or if she makes $100,000 a year. Certainly for her benefits. The idea that there's some connection between how many feet somebody has to stay away from some employee.
The objection sustained as to, I think, you established there's an employment relationship and the pay that she receives, but in terms of that's by contract, but I think in terms of the benefits or other, I don't see the relevancy of that objection sustained.
Lynn, other than work, and you work a 40-hour, do you work overtime?
No.
Okay. Other than 40 hours a week, what do you do in your leisure time in order to unwind after work?
That's objection relevance.
Your Honor, this is interference with employment relationship and the impact or the damage to various 3 employees that has been sustained. I need to establish what damages, what impact it has had in terms of their work life as well as their non-work life. It is relevant.
Your Honor, this is a preliminary injunction hearing. It's not a damages hearing. it's an issue at this point is a request for injunctive relief. But even if the extent damages are pertinent, I don't see what she does in her personal life has to do with, again, I mean, we're talking about certain fundamental rights here. And it's not going to depend upon what the employee's personal interests are or what her job benefits are.
Judge, we're talking about personal rights, and we're talking about Lynn's personal rights. We're going to be talking about Alan's personal rights. We're going to be talking about Jane's personal rights and the impact that their job has on each of them. Each of us takes our jobs home. We all, I mean, you can take judicial recognition of that. So the impact that the defendant's conduct has had since December of 2012 on this woman is relevant to this proceeding.
You know, if I can, again, I don't want to, the court's been generous to me time, but this is an issue of more fundamental importance than just this particular line of question. Their personal rights don't exist just because a lawyer says personal rights. There has to be some legal basis for those rights. If those rights are not based on law, they're not relevant in this proceeding. And there is no, inasmuch as there are legal rights that have to be based either upon statute, upon ordinance, or upon the Constitution, not upon counsel's statement. There is no, this is not a, personal rights are not a legal category that we're dealing with in this case. It's an attempt by Attorney Bauer to garner the court's sympathy, but it has no relevance to the legal issues in this case. This is not a case of overall of sort of balancing subjective equitable considerations. This is a case of the law and the application of legal rights and constitutional rights.
Response briefly, Your Honor. I don't want to debate this at this point in time. What I'd like to do is put the evidence on, and then we can debate it in terms of moving forward. We've got a number
I'm going to allow the testimony.
Thank you. Just for the record, this is a balancing of equities.
Does that mean when my clients get up there, I ask them what their personal activities are?
Sure, you can do that, John.
Okay, we'll take one witness, one question at a time. I'm going to allow this inquiry in the context of the hearing.
All right, come on back. Where we are. Just trying to get you back focused now. So you're working. You work 40 hours a week. What do you do in your off time when you go home from work? How do you relax? What do you like to do?
When I get home, it's noisy down here in Keene. It's, a lot going on, everything. I just like to go home and be quiet. I have gardens I take care of. I read a lot. I have 2 dogs to care for. Pretty simple. That's about it.
Hobbies?
Not really.
Now, prior to December of 2012, which is when the activities began to bring us to this court, describe your interactions with the citizens, with out-of-state people in your position as parking enforcement officer.
Just a typical day.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same day to day before that. I mean, you occasionally get people that were upset, but we had the opportunity to talk to them and discuss it. I would say that if that happened, it was probably on a scale maybe once a week, or maybe not at all in a week. It was very random and not a lot. So sometimes it could be very tedious because your job is walking a lot and covering the same area.
So in general, before December of this year, have you been happy with your job?
Oh yeah.
Have your interactions with merchants, do you have interactions with merchants on a regular basis?
Oh sure, yeah.
Do you have interactions with out-of-staters on a regular basis?
Oh yeah.
I have a job description that's attached to the petition, Your Honor. And there's a number of duties and responsibilities. Take a look at that if you would. And I don't need you to read each one of them. But are you essentially an ambassador for the city?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right, why don't you describe what you do for the city in addition to checking parking meters, Lynn?
Yes, we do interact with many people from out of state, out of town, whatnot, wanting directions, where to eat, this kind of thing about the area in general. That's frequent. That happens a lot.
Have you give the court an understanding of whether your day is before December an upbeat day? Has it been generally productive for you and satisfying?
Before December, yes.
Describe for the court the various types of parking meters that you have to take a look at. And I have some photographs that assist the court with that understanding. So what kinds of meters are there?
Well, there are actually 4. We have one of one particular type, and that's a bus that sits on the top of City Hall, and that's a pay and display. There are 2-hour and 3-hour meters. The lots all have 10-hour meters, and they're noted with a blue band around it that says 10 on them. And then the yellow bands are the 2 hours, and those are all on street. And we have one lot now with 3-hour meters.
And when you talk about parking lots, are these multi-story?
No, one level, except we only have one garage, and it's only the bottom level that's available to the public.
Okay. So you've got, the city has parallel spaces, right?
Yes.
In terms of where are the meters located on the parallel type spaces?
At the, normally at the very front of the car. There are exceptions though on Raven Street that are located more almost midway as far as when you parallel park your car, so it's a little different.
Okay, but 1 meter per car?
1 meter per. In some instance there are 2 hours, so 2-hour meters, 2 double meters, so that would be front end.
Okay, so sometimes there's a double meter, and that takes care of both spaces?
Right.
So in other words, there's every other meter situation?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the angled, what I call the angled meters, the ones that are diagonal?
Those are normally the 2-hour type.
Okay.
Cuts down on posts.
All right. And this photograph shows the double meter here taking place, or taking care of both sides of the meter?
That's right.
Okay. And the distance between the angled spaces is 10 feet, isn't it?
Right.
And so every 20 feet, there's a meter.
Right.
Okay. And how about with regard to the perpendicular, that is perpendicular to a sidewalk or a street?
We have meters like that on Gilbo Ave, which is down by where the old bus station was. And those are also double meters, so it's just side to side.
Okay. And the space between each perpendicular parking spot is 8 feet?
Could be a little bit more. That picture you have on the bottom is the upper deck of the City Hall, so that's the pay and display.
Okay.
There's no meter there except for the one.
So fair to say that these meters are either anywhere from 10 to 20 feet apart, parking meters themselves?
That sounds, yeah.
Your Honor, I would like to mark these 2 sets of photographs as full of exhibits.
Any objection? Oh, certainly. I thought that.
Unfortunately, the way this is set up, it's sort of hard to.
It is tough space in this court.
Sometimes we get some fun.
No objection.
minus 2 and 3 are full cities.
So then, as you go about checking the meters, talking to merchants, talking to citizens, etc., how many other parking enforcement officers are out there on the street with you?
Now, one other.
One other? How many have there been from, say, December of this year?
December of this year, there's been 2 others.
Okay.
December of last year?
I'm sorry, December of last year, yes, which is the reference in the writ. So there are essentially three parking meter people.
Enforcement, yes.
Enforcement people. What do you wear to do your job?
We have uniforms. In the winter, of course, they're long pants, BDU type pants, because we have a lot to carry. Turtlenecks, fleeces, over jackets, a uniform. In the summer, it's normally shorts, polo shirt, with insignias for the city on the shirts, and hats.
And these are these issued by the city?
Yes, they are. They're issued.
They're recognizable to everyone that you are a parking enforcement officer?
Yes.
Do you have any arrest powers or anything like that under the police powers?
No.
And the three of you, as parking enforcement officers, do you have a set location where you go in section A and somebody else is in B and somebody else is in C? How does it work? Describe it.
It really doesn't work that way because the city really isn't that big, so the area can be covered, and we try not to walk all over each other, but it happens. But normally, no, we don't have a designated area. At one point, we had a schedule where we would have someone that would do chalking for an afternoon, say, but we don't do that anymore.
So is it fair to say that you're on your own out there?
Yes.
And you don't go to one particular area, A Street, and then do B Street, and then do C Street?
We don't have a set routine. It's totally random.
That may come as a surprise to a lot of us. We always thought meter people were, 10 minutes after the meter was expired that they would be back. Is that the case or not?
Yeah, like I said, I think there might be a bigger area that other cities, but I think considering the size of Keene and the area we're talking about per that map, that just wouldn't be practical. It would be, you'd be basically spending hours in one section unless you got called away to do something else.
So in other words, if Jane and you are working together, are you working in tandem? In other words, you're in one area, she's in another, or are you just sort of sporadic? Or
It's not planned at all. It's just we cross paths. Yes, that happens. But no, we don't. She's not on the east side and I'm on the west side or north or south. There's nothing like that.
Once you go to a street, though, as depicted on these photographs, once you go to a set of parking meters, what do you do then?
You complete the whole street. It's the same with the lots. We do all the lots too.
So while there's randomness in terms of where you're going throughout the city, once you get to a particular area, you do all those meters.
Correct.
Why?
Why? So you're covering the whole area. If you're not missing anything. Some of them have streets that come off of. We might walk down one of those to check on something, but we always come out and finish it.
From your perspective, is there a fairness once you hit 1 meter or check 1 meter to check them all to make sure that, you know, whether they're expired or not?
Yeah, actually, yes, it is fair.
And is there, how about chalking? Do you do chalks on tires?
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that?
We have two-hour signed areas that I pointed out earlier on the sign, and we'll go through and chalk an area. Again, we can't really walk all over each other in this case, and chalk the tires, and 2 hours, 10, 15 minutes later, we come back to check if the chalks are still there.
And how do you remember where to come back to?
Well, again, the city's not big, it's limited areas, and we note down the times that we completed the chalking.
You actually note it in a notebook that you carry?
Yes.
So if you chalk an area or you take a look at an area, you will write down whatever particular street it is?
Yes.
Okay. How about for lunch? Where do you take, before December of last year, where were you taking lunches?
I always leave my vehicle, park my vehicle on the upper deck of the Wells garage, the city side parking, and I used to sit there. And just in my vehicle, summer, winter, fall, didn't matter.
And how about otherwise breaks?
We don't really have specified breaks like that. We don't have like a 15-minute in the morning and 15 in the afternoon. It's just a half an hour.
Okay. How about bathroom? How about bathroom breaks?
Oh yeah, you got to do that.
And before December of 2012, I don't mean to get too uptight and personal, but
yeah, no.
Where would you take bathroom breaks?
Usually using city facilities such as the city hall or the public library. In other words, I wouldn't, the station is at Marlborough Street, I wouldn't drive down there just to use the bathrooms.
Other than what you just described in terms of bathroom breaks and lunch, can you leave your area, essentially?
Yes.
Can you go home? Can you?
I'm not understanding.
Well, when I said area, I think it went through you. Can you leave your work space, your work area, for personal reasons?
No. No, you mean like run home to, no.
Go shopping?
No.
Take care of personal things?
No. Our time is, at the end of each day, we run off a report that tracks our times. And then essentially it shows you where you've been and what time it was, so it's all right there.
So some of us work behind a desk, that's our workspace. Some of us work out in the field, you know, a job environment, that's their workspace. And your workspace is the downtown area, exhibit 1?
The pavement, yeah.
I'm going to allow that.
Otherwise, as we said, you're expected to be in that area, doing your job.
Right. In the City of Keene, that's what our jurisdiction is, whether it be the meters downtown or their surrounding streets. Those are the areas that we occasionally do get called to go to. So it's not just walking Main Street.
Have you ever encountered somebody who's been disgruntled about a ticket that you might have given, or that James might have given, or that Alan might have given? Have you ever come across it?
Oh, yes.
You know, tell us how often that occurs.
I think I mentioned it.
On a monthly basis or
On a monthly basis, quite honestly, maybe 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times
a month.
A month. And if you can, describe what kind of an encounter that is.
A disagreement basically about why they're getting the ticket and, you know, how we came up with it, how did we, you know, do this, that type of thing.
Is it usually civil?
People do get angry, that's true, but I mean, for the most part, it's not anything beyond what any of us can. Talk to people and try to come to an understanding.
And can you direct those people to your supervisors
Yeah.
or the court?
Yes, if we can't, if the argument can't be solved, then I certainly do.
And, you know, generically, how often, I mean, how long does such an encounter, has such an encounter occurred?
Oh, probably 5 or 10 minutes.
And after that, it's
It's
dissipated?
either solved or they're gonna, yeah, you know, go and talk to my supervisor.
Now, what happened in December of last year with regard to the defendants, the 6 defendants in the courtroom? Generically, what happened?
What happened basically is that some of these individuals would start following us around, whether videotaping or not, talking to us on a regular basis initially, at least that was my experience. Trying to, basically, I kind of figured out was trying to just, you know, stop me from doing what I was doing. And it just continued, and continued on a daily basis. And it hasn't let up.
Have you experienced these people, these defendants, doing these things to you on an everyday basis?
Yeah, on an everyday basis, yeah.
From your perspective, Lynn, since December, the lawsuit was filed in May. So from December through May, did the defendants stop doing what they were doing to you?
No.
Did you ask them?
Yes.
Describe for the court how you would ask them.
I would ask them to please not speak to me and please stay away from me.
I would request you, we're giving you 6 named defendants, and there's an issue presumably with respect to each named individual. So I would ask that the witnesses be asked to address which defendants they're referring to.
I will get to that, Judge.
I think it's a fair request, and
No, I
there are 6 named people here, and I'm hoping that you'll get to the specific allegations involving each of them.
I certainly will, Judge. I'm just doing generic questions right now. So
If I could speak up, I'm pro se, I mean.
Do you have an objection?
I mean, yeah, I would just reinforce what Mr. Meyer just communicated. I take offense to the accusations that I've been involved in any behavior that's harassing, you know, being collectivized is one thing, but just to make these attacks against me as a person when I've never done anything, I'd like for her to be specific and not make these overarching statements.
And the point was made by Attorney Meyer. I think it's a fair point, and I take it Attorney Bauer is going to direct the questioning to be more specific.
I will, Judge. We'll get to each defendant in time here, but I want to sort of just get an overview of the...
Is it worth my time to stay here then? Do I have to listen to this?
If you're going to speak and if you have a specific response, you'll have to stand and address the court. Attorney Bauer, and it's a problem that I have. It's just that the use of the word "them" is very broad, and you've used it a couple of times, and I think it would be helpful to me to really have greater specificity about who is being referred to in the them. You have it. The witness hasn't identified any of the individuals yet.
So then, with regard to encounters with you, you said that these have occurred every day? And I was just trying to establish that since from December until the lawsuit was filed, did the encounters decrease or increase from your perspective?
They decreased somewhat, but it was the same actions and behaviors.
And then from May, when the lawsuit was filed, until, I guess, yesterday or the day before, from your perspective, has there been an escalation or a de-escalation, or has it been the same?
I I would say that it's been a mixture of both at different times. It's always been on a regular basis, but the actions have been sometimes more pronounced than other days, but basically.
And you work when, which days?
Monday through Friday.
And from your perspective, then, has there been among the defendants, and we'll get to the individual defendants in a second, but in between the defendants, has there been any type of organization or scheduling from your perspective?
Concerning them?
Yes.
Oh yes, they carry radios that they can tell each other where we are from time to time. Phones, other than that, yes.
Give us some examples of that. Give us some examples of what you've observed in terms of coordination or scheduling or organization among the defendants.
Well, I mean, I could be down in a parking lot up at Gilboa Ave and be by myself, and then have somebody on a telephone and one of the defendants would show up. The same, I could be on the street by myself and one of them would see me, and then they get on their own two-way radios, and then a few of them would show up.
Have there been occasions when you've been walking and one individual defendant is following you and then another one shows up?
Yes.
How many times, or excuse me, how many defendants have been around you when you're trying to do your job?
How many defendants or how many individuals?
How many defendants? Defendant individuals.
Well, but they're,
have all of the defendants at one time or another been around you, following you?
And all of them at once?
No.
No. Yes, yes. Except for that gentleman there with the white t-shirt.
There you go. Mr. Eyre.
Yes.
Okay.
thanks for being honest.
Okay, Chair, let the witness respond to questions. Certainly, I'll give you an opportunity if you have questions, but no side comments while the questioning is going on. Any bow.
Describe for the judge what types of activities, generically, and then we'll get into the specifics of who's doing what, but what type of activities have occurred to you by the defendants?
Following along very closely at times, taunting at some times, if I was trying to talk to a citizen or someone else concerning something, interfering with that, videotaping constantly, playing loud music, walking behind me, just generally just making themselves known and heard.
And what have individual defendants said to you with regard to your job, working for the city or for the government?
That they'll get me another job. That they'll get me a job and they can get me another job too.
Put it in context, Lynn. What does that mean?
That means they want me to quit my job.
How do you know that?
Why would anyone do that? Why would they chase me around all day and say disparaging things and demean me in public in front of other people? Why would they do that other than they want me to go away?
Have you ever been bumped into by any of these defendants?
There was one incident, yes, only one.
Who was that?
That was the gentleman right there. Yes.
Describe clothing.
He's sitting beside the guy with the orange t-shirt.
Could you stand up? That fellow?
Would make clear for the record that the person who stood up was not in that room?
The record will still indicate, I think, that the witness pointed to somebody who was seated in the back of the courtroom and not one of the defendants in this matter. Okay?
Now, would you describe how that occurred?
I was just writing a ticket, and I was standing in front of the meter, and he came up behind to put money, and he just kind of stuck his hand, and he touched me in the back.
And describe that. What do you mean trying to stick money in the meter?
Your Honor, I would like to note that the lawsuit states anybody associated with Robin Hooding is a defendant in the suit. Does it have to be listed?
People who are not counsel to the case or parties who are representing themselves as witnesses are not permitted to speak. The next time somebody speaks who is not either counsel or Mr. Eyre, who is representing himself in this case, they're going to be asked to leave the courtroom. You may proceed, Attorney Bauer.
Thank you. Your Honor, I do want to say that I don't think it's appropriate for counsel to have asked people to stand up. I mean, if they're not a party to this case, on one hand, they're being asked to stand up. I mean, I think that encourages them to think that they are participating.
Let me say that in this particular instance, it was helpful. I thought the witness might have been pointing to one of the defendants in the case, and to have it be clear that she was not in fact pointing to one of the defendants was helpful to the court. Right. You know, but I take your
right,
point as well taken.
I agree with the court that it was helpful. I'm just saying that perhaps led to the belief about participation.
So I was trying to ask you about what the circumstances when you were touched or bumped into by this individual. What were the circumstances? You're talking about feeding the meter.
I was just writing a ticket and was standing in front of it, and he just reached from behind the meter to put money, because the slot for the coins is in the front, and when he did, he just had contact with me and got money like that.
Were there other defendants around you as well during that time period?
No.
I checked other defendants. She already made clear it wasn't the defendant.
Oh, I didn't mean the implication that.
It was the way the question was framed. It suggested that the person who actually bumped in was one of the defendants.
So let's talk about the individual defendants now. I don't know whether you know them by name. Lynn,
if I could see counsel at the bench very, very briefly. Yes, sir.
So, with regard to the named defendants, I don't know whether you know them all by name. I don't know whether you know their full names. James Cleveland. Do you know James Cleveland by sight?
Yes.
And would you describe what Mr. Cleveland has done to you over the past several months?
Well, Mr. Cleveland has followed me around the last couple of months. No.
Well, when I say the last couple of months, I mean from December through
well,
August.
he's followed me around. He has taunted me. He has, even if I cross the street, he crosses with me. He continually chatters and talks about anything and everything, and just to try to confuse me.
Now, when you say that Mr. Cleveland has taunted you, tell the court what do you mean by that?
A particular instant, you mean?
Yeah, or activity or instance. Activities or words?
Well, I remember one time pretty well that we were on Summer Street here, and he started taunting me about being poor Linda, stealing from the citizens of Keene for all these years, poor Linda. And he went on and on with it.
When you say in close proximity to you, I mean, if you were to stretch your arms out, would you be able to touch these defendants?
At times, yes.
And at times were the defendants even closer to you than 1 foot away?
Yes.
Have you told Mr. Cleveland to back off, to get out of your face, or words to that effect?
Don't talk to me. Stay away from me.
Then how many times have you told Mr. Cleveland to stay away from you, get back, or words to that effect?
I believe I just told him the once.
And did he get back? Did he get out of your face?
It was some days later, but it was the same thing again. It was the same activities on his part again.
What are the same activities? You have
the talking and the following behind and videotaping, or in front of, or walking by.
Then do you recognize that people have rights to videotape public employees?
Objection. What's the relevance?
Well, the relevance is I want to establish, make an offer of proof that these employees recognize that they're municipal employees, and that individuals have a right to protest and videotape and say what they want within the boundaries of the law. So my point here is to establish through evidence that these 3 folks are not against First Amendment rights.
Your Honor, whether these people are against First Amendment rights or not against First Amendment rights is no bearing on the issue this court has to address. It's not, again, it's not a personal issue. It's not their political philosophy.
I take it the answer to the question is going to be yes, that they, for limited purpose, I agree, it's a marginal, if any, relevance, but I'll allow.
So Lynn, with regard to individual rights, do you recognize that people can, as a public employee, videotape you?
Yes.
And you recognize that people don't have to agree with, working for the government, for the city, or whomever?
Yes.
What are you asking this court to do, Lynn?
Basically, I'm asking for some assistance to help me be able to do my job like I should be doing my job without being pursued and continually trying to keep me unfocused or trying to make me, leave altogether. I need your help. Let me do my job without having to deal like this on a regular basis.
When you say regular basis, every day?
It's on a daily basis.
Have you, when you say do your job, have you, from your perspective, have you been interfered with doing your job by Mr. Cleveland?
Yes.
Have you been interfered with by Garrett Ian?
Yes.
And point out Garrett Ian, please.
Garrett's Ian is wearing a black polo shirt.
You need more recognition for the record for that, Judge?
Chair Meyer, do you dispute that the witnesses identified Mr. Ian?
No.
The record is so.
Have you, from your perspective, been interfered in doing your job by Ian Bernard?
Yes.
And would you point out Mr. Bernard, please?
He's wearing the maroon polo shirt.
I go by Ian Freeman.
Ian Bernard Freeman?
Ian Freeman.
Freeman?
Ian Bernard.
And how about Graham Colson? Has Graham Colson interfered with you in performing your jobs from your perspective?
Yes.
Would you point out Mr. Colson?
Mr. Colson is sitting by here, Ian with sunglasses.
And how about Kate Eyre? Has Kate interfered with you doing your job since December?
Yes.
And how about Kate? Would you point out Kate?
She's sitting beside Mr. Bernard.
Freeman.
Mr. Freeman's name has been in other court pleadings that is his name, and I take it he's objecting to the reference. I think, ma'am, she referred to Mr. Freeman by his name.
And how about Pete Eyre? Has Pete Eyre, from your perspective, interfered with you in doing your job?
No.
And I think you've already recognized, pointed him out to the court?
Yes, he's from North Cheshire.
Now, but for Mr. Eyre, Peter Eyre, have the 5 individuals from your perspective worked together to interfere with you doing your job?
That's correct, yes.
Describe it. How so?
Working together, normally Garrett and Graham would team up, and earlier on it would be Kate. And I can't remember the other. I believe it was Kate and Graham earlier on. It's been months since I've seen her.
It's been months since you've seen Kate Eyre?
Yeah, weeks.
How about the videotaping that you described? Would you describe for the judge how close individual defendants have gotten next to you or near you with regard to the use of the video?
Not that close.
Well, I'm asking how close?
Oh, from here to where the judge sits.
Okay, so 8 feet or so, or 10 feet?
At times it varies.
Okay. And who have you seen videotaping?
All of them at one point, either with a camera or a phone type device.
And have any derogatory comments been made to you, such as thief or stealing or anything in that regard?
Yes.
Your Honor, we're looking back to, as far as I can see, unidentified, unattributed questions not limited to comments made by defendants.
Sustained.
Describe for the court then who has made any derogatory comments to you by name of the individual and the generic derogatory remarks.
Mr. Cleveland accused me of being a thief, and Graham Colson. And I've been stealing from people.
And that's in the context of doing your job, checking meters, etc. Lynn, from your perspective, has this taken on a personal attack on you? Do you feel personally attacked by what they've been doing?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Because I know it's become personal because I've become very unfocused in what I'm supposed to be doing. I feel like I'm being moved around, that I can't go out there and do the job I'm supposed to do, and just trying to avoid them, to stay away, to get away from it. That's been an interference of more or less running or cat and mouse kind of game. That's been a problem. Or waiting for someone to show up, that awful anticipation of, you know, here I am, I'm having a great morning, and then boom, there's someone there. And it all starts.
Now, this cat and mouse reference that you just made, would you describe for the court what you mean by making arrangements for cat and mouse?
Well, meaning if I see someone that if I had a specific idea of what I was going to be doing, which is, I'm kind of an organized person like that, I would have to change. I would change my mind just to avoid having to come across or be around them. So I would change directions, in other words, cross the street, go to a whole different area, whatever I could. Remember, I'm on foot, so it's limited success at doing that.
Limited success, did you say?
Yes, because I am on foot. But I have had times too when I'm driving that in the vehicle that I use for work, where they have followed me in their vehicles.
And have they followed you with bicycles as well?
Oh yes.
Describe, please.
Well,
who have you seen on bicycles first?
Basically, Mr. Ian has done that while he's videotaping. At least it appears that he's videotaping. It's tough because he'll be behind and then in front, and I'm driving, and there's people, there's pedestrians, there's other cars. It's very distracting, and it's worrisome to me that I'm going to do something, and ultimately it's going to be my fault if I hit someone or a car or something. And the whole time I'm just trying to figure out where this person is and drive at the same time.
And do you get a similar sense when you're just walking down a sidewalk street as well? Where are they coming from?
Oh yeah, always.
Would you describe that, please, for us?
Sometimes I just hear you can just hear footfalls behind me, and I just tense all up. It's waiting for this whole game to start.
What time do you start in the morning?
7:30.
Since December, have you looked forward to coming to work?
Not like I used to, no.
What's changed, Lynn?
What's changed is the anxiety that I feel and the horrible anger that I've never, ever felt in my life.
How old are you?
I'm going to be 57 years old in March.
Do you live by yourself?
I do.
And describe what this anger is all about.
Well, I've just never experienced it. It's just, I just get so angry and so frustrated with, they don't listen, they don't want to stop, and it just continues. And it's having an effect. I mean, I'm just very tense and uptight all the time, becoming forgetful, and it's just been over this period of time.
Have you, from your perspective, has there been significant added stress on the job as a result of the defendant's activities?
Oh, yes, that's definitely.
You laugh a little bit. Describe that.
It's like night and day. It's nothing like I've experienced before. Nothing at all.
You've never experienced that with other citizens, out-of-staters?
Not on a continual basis like this.
Well, if we were to get into your shoes and walk those 4 to 6 miles every day, Monday through Friday, what would we experience from these defendants?
Your objection, there have been a number of specific questions that have been asked, and now seems like it's rehashing everything in one big question, once again making no effort to delineate between individual defendants.
And I have that problem. It's that the petition is filed against specific individuals, and the question is what would you experience from these defendants?
What would?
I'd like it to be more specific, to be helpful for me to understand who the witness is referring to.
Lynn, if the judge were in your shoes, or if any one of us were in your shoes, Monday through Friday, working for the City of Keene, what would they experience? What would they have experienced from December to the 1st with regard to Garrett Egan? No. I object to the form of the question. What would somebody else have experienced if they were in your shoes? I mean, at best, that calls for speculation.
No, what I'm asking for, Judge, and maybe it was a poorly phrased question, let me try it again. In your shoes, what have you experienced from Garrett Ian?
The pursuing, the videotaping, the trying to talk to me, although I've asked him not to talk to me, and he doesn't really do that much. Talk to me.
Has Garrett Ian, from your perspective, interfered with you and taunted you and harassed you?
He, just by his actions, yes.
What actions?
The actions, following me around, preventing me from doing my job, trying to speak to me, this kind of stuff.
What has he done to prevent you from doing your job properly?
Objection, leading.
Leading question. What has he done?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What has Garrett Ian done to prevent you from doing your job properly?
Just being in front of me constantly.
And when you say in front of you, are you talking within 30 feet of you?
It varies. It could be closer, it could be 30 feet, it could be 50 feet.
Can it be 3 feet, 5 feet?
At times.
And from your perspective, Lynn, the closer these defendants are to you, does that make any difference to you?
Yes, because I don't want them around me. I just don't. I don't
Why not?
Because just their actions, just the things they say at times, it's like I just don't trust them. I don't want them near me.
Have they caused stress to you on your job?
Mm-hmm.
And how has that manifested? How has it come out, that stress?
Just
Your Honor, that was asked and answered.
I believe he did extensive testimony about that.
How about after work? What effect do you feel from the activities that you just described when you go home from work? What impact, if any, has there been?
just very keyed up, very frustrated as to, what the point of all this is. A lot of strain, a lot of tension. Basically, sometimes just get home and just sitting down and just not want to do nothing. And just try to think this out all the time. It's just so consuming all the time. It's like day in and day out. It's like I don't want to think about this anymore. I just don't understand the reasons for why they're doing this.
Did you try to tell Garrett and Kate and Ian and James and Graham, the 5 defendants that you've named, to please back off and stop their conduct?
Objection. The way the question is phrased, you can't tell which person she's testifying she has to back off.
Sustained.
I'll go through each one.
Sustained.
Have you told, we're talking about Garrett right now, have you told Garrett Ian to back off and leave you alone?
Yes, and please don't talk to me.
And has he done those things?
He hasn't backed off. He doesn't really talk to me much, but I don't respond. I don't engage.
Have you tried different techniques to deal with Garrett and Jim Cleveland?
No.
Were you ever talkative to them?
No.
How about Kate now? Let's talk about Pete Eyre. From your perspective, what taunting, what harassing has she engaged towards
Just
you?
following behind, making comments, offhand comments now and again, but other than that would be all.
Comments such as what?
Oh. Like I said, it's been weeks since I've seen her. I don't have them written down.
The comments disturb you?
Just things about the job, what I'm doing, why do I do this, referring to that kind of thing.
Has Kate, from your perspective, has Kate indicated to you that you ought not to be doing your job as a parking enforcement officer, or words to that effect?
Yeah. Yes.
Has Garrett Ian said similar things to you, that you shouldn't be working for the city parking enforcement work?
Yes.
Has James Cleveland said similar things to you about not working for the city?
Similar.
How about Ian Bernard? How about Mr. Freeman?
Mr.
How about,
Freeman?
yeah, Ian Freeman? Has he said anything to you with
If
regard?
he has, I don't recall.
Okay. Describe for us what Ian Freeman has done to you from your perspective to interfere with your job responsibilities.
The same thing, pursuing with the camera, just trying to be intimidating, catch me off my guard. I've asked him also not to talk to me and to stay away. And his response was, I didn't hear you.
About Graham Colson, describe what Graham Colson has done to you with regard to interfering with your job.
Graham has continually chattered and talked. Cameras at times, not constantly, or a recording device at times. The same as all the rest. But more.
I'm sorry.
I've seen him more than I would say than a Kate or Ian Freeman.
Now you've talked about following you. Have there been times when you've been chased?
I've not been chased, but sometimes if they come from behind, they'll sweep by very close, especially Mr. Colson would do that.
When you say sweep by very close, what do you
Well,
mean?
come beside me to get in front of me, so they would cut right across, right in front. It's a little startling at times.
Coming up from the side or behind you?
Behind you, yes, to get in front.
Have you ever put your hands up to tell people to stop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You said you verbalized asking people to stop.
Yeah.
And from your perspective, has the taunting and the harassment and the intimidation stopped?
From my perspective?
Yes.
The taunting, I don't hear too much. I don't engage. I haven't from the very beginning, and I think that has probably discouraged it, and they don't do that as much. I'm not saying it has stopped altogether, and I always feel like it's a possibility, but no, the taunting and the chatting has, for me personally, been much quieter.
Now, with regard to the city sidewalks, have you observed congestion or interference with citizens by any of the defendants when you're trying to do your job?
As far as them getting in the way of just somebody walking, no, I don't recall.
Have there been any citizens that have come to your assistance or intercepted any of these defendants on your behalf?
There are people that have said things to them, such as, leave her alone, stop phone, or why are you doing this, or other things. Either just said it to them and didn't, walk after them. There's been that kind of thing.
Say that again?
People have said comments like that to them, but they usually say them and then they leave.
How about any merchants? Have any merchants come to assist you with regard to what you described?
Yes, I've had one or two that try to explain to them, why they want us to do what we do as far as parking enforcement goes, and they listen, but they always seem to have a better explanation.
And when you're out on the street, if there's another parking enforcement officer working, will you try to coordinate with them to try to tell your colleagues, your work colleagues, that any of the individual defendants are in a certain area and that they shouldn't go there?
Yeah, we have done that, yes.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, we have cell phones that we use, and I might call Jane or call Alan and let him know. I mean, it could be, you know, any time during the day, so I have no way of knowing. It's just giving them kind of a heads up, that's all.
With regard to crossing the street, from your perspective, describe what, if any, safety concerns that you have with regard to motorists, the defendants, yourself.
I would use the crosswalks, so they don't.
Well, describe that for us.
Just cutting across to wherever.
Again, excuse me,
Sorry.
the question is non-specific in terms of which defendants, all right?
Ma'am, if there's an objection, just stop talking
sorry.
until I've
Yeah.
ruled on the objection. The objection is sustained.
Lynn, describe for us who you have seen following you across the street out of the crosswalk areas.
Oh, Graham, Colson, Gary Ian, James Cleveland, Pete Eyre.
How about Mr. Freeman?
No, I've never.
Do you have any safety concerns when those folks are following you across the street?
For them or for me?
For everybody.
It's a distraction, I think, when they're darting across just to catch up with me. Yeah, where it's like, I want to see somebody get hit or worse.
From your perspective, Lynn, have those 5 individuals that you've identified, have they been in your face for many, many months now?
John, first of all, I mean, we're going back and back over the same paper, but in any event, that's another non-specific question.
I said the 5 that she has
I know,
identified.
but without delineating which ones.
The objection is overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, would you repeat it, please?
The 5 people that you've identified, have they been in your face for 8 months now while you're doing your job?
All of them?
The
From
5.
time to time, yes. From December until we're here today, there have been, at some point or other, there have been. One or many of them.
Now, where you're seated right there, to the back of the courtroom where I'm standing, is about 30 feet. And my question to you...
Objection.
Well, we have the question first, and then let me hear the question, and then before you answer, I think there's going to be an objection, and I'll rule on the objection before you respond. Pose the question.
So, Lynn, from you to me in the courtroom, it's a distance of about 30 feet, or 10 yards, what we used to refer to in football as a first down. Have the defendants, the 5 defendants that you've identified, been closer to you within the 30 feet that we're separated right now?
Objection. Asked and answered numerous times. This is a waste of our time.
Well, objection to your question. First of all, I'm objecting to the attorney informing the witness as to how far 30 feet is, particularly without any foundation here that in fact that is 30 feet. I mean, if he wants to ask her which defendants have been within 30 feet, naming them, then I have no objection to that question.
I take it that your question, Attorney Bauer, related to the 5 individuals about whom there's been testimony, not Mr. Eyre.
That's correct.
And the objection's overruled. Do you understand the question? The question, as I understand it, was have they been closer than the distance between you and Attorney Bauer?
Yes.
That was already established.
Have they been closer than where I'm standing now, which is approximately 20 feet?
Objection. He previously asked, have they been within 3 feet or a foot of you? And she, at another time, mentioned that they had, walked near her. So we already know that this is asked and answered, and it's just going on repetitively to try to hammer home and create this, continue this circus.
And why is this asked and answered? I think there has been testimony that with the exception of Cheshire, some of the other, at least some of the other defendants were within a few feet of the witness at the time of their engagement.
Your Honor, I'm being challenged every time I talk about the defendants, so I'm trying to specify for the record and for you the defendants by name, identity, and the distance, the proximity, because that's what this is all about, proximity.
This is about control.
There's now you're talking about have each of the 5 named, other than Mr. Eyre,
yes,
been within the distance between the objections were ruled.
And now about 10 feet away from you, have each of the 5 named defendants been within 10 feet, or the distance between you and me?
Yes, yes.
Does this could take a while to use the restroom?
I've been indulgent about people making comments that's going to end. Now, either counsel or in the form of an objection, and discuss the objection, or and any other comments, and people will not be permitted to do that. They'll be asked to leave the courtroom.
Thank you. And Lynn, I'm about 3 feet from you right now as I stand. Put your arm out, please. Have each of the named defendants, the 5 of them, been within approximately 3 feet from you?
At times, yes.
Is that disturbing to you?
Yes.
From your perspective, is there any reason why anybody has to be within 30 feet from you, all the way down to 3 feet from you?
There is no reason.
Whether, if it was any of these 5 defendants, strike that. If anybody else, a soccer mom, a veteran, if anybody else were within those feet from you while you were doing your job on an ongoing basis, day in and day out, would you object to that as well?
Your Honor, objection. Whether she would object to a soccer mom or a veteran being within 3 feet of her has no conceivable relevance to this case, unless we're now talking about somehow exempting soccer moms and veterans from the requested relief.
My point, Judge, is it's neutral base.
But Your Honor, I don't object to Attorney Bauer making, first of all, your question would prove exactly the opposite. But in any event, I don't object to him making arguments, but not through this witness. We're going to have a chance not to make arguments.
That is.
I'm asking her from her perspective, Judge. We can argue the fine legal points, but from her perspective on the job.
I take your point is that she would have she would object to anybody being that close, regardless of their position or status. If they're within a certain distance, that she would object to that.
On the ongoing basis that she's already described.
I think that's more of an argument point than a question for.
But I need it as part of the evidence, Judge.
Well, I'd like to be rephrased. I think that the reference to the objection sustained, you can rephrase the question.
If anyone were engaged in the conduct that you've described, that the 5 individuals have engaged in, would you be impaired and object to their activities as well?
Yes.
The reason for that, Lynn, is why?
Because it's preventing me from doing my job and having peace while I'm doing my job.
Garrow, if it's a logical point for a break.
Sure, this is fine.
I didn't know if you're close to wrapping up with this witness or take a 10 or 15 minute recess.
All rise. Right.
No. It's a little push button with a red dot on it.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have to really be playing during this break. Yesterday I was glad to see they run the commercial for it during between shows and stuff.
Hey Tom, I think you should get your job too.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with him on that one.
That's a good idea.
You know, they say, what if a war was declared, no one showed up? What if no one took the jobs at subsisting days?
You're going back to motion, to cover for motion? You should. I will, I did.
What? It's always their own hood.
I know, it's horrible.
Oh, it's under the podium. Under the podium.
Be a nice harmonious maybe some love.
Some understanding.
Who's in the house for me? Well, that's the new thing. No.
It's a nice day. Too bad we're stuck in here.
When did Aaron start her classes?
Huh?
When does Aaron start class? She goes to training on August 27th, I think. And then she starts class at the beginning of September.
Dr. Dave Berman and his picture of Travis Dobbs.
These are mislabeled. These are all mislabeled. These are the insurance video.
They had a thing on Saturday mornings, Michael watches Animal Planet channel, and they have this thing called Dogs 101, and they did a profile of bulldogs. They called them lazy.
Well, he's lazy sometimes.
Yeah. Well, apparently, well, whose thing is that the bulldog is the mascot? Yeah. Oh, wow, this one's called Ugly. Which is another picture on Ugly 7 or something like that. And he sits in like a little.
Oh, that one might be that one.
Well, they have him sit during the games and like this little, looks like a hollowed out door refrigerator with like air conditioning so he doesn't overheat. Yeah. No. Webster's really cute. Ugly salad.
You know why prototypical dogs is like Webster's much smaller and more active. It's cute. Yeah, I think it's cute. Not only healthier.
Yeah. Yeah, they did talk about all the health issues with bulldogs and those brachiocephalic dogs.
Bulldogs and all the bulldogs.
Boston Terriers.
Boston Terriers.
Yeah, those Shih Tzus. What's the one like Shih Tzu? I always confuse.
For me too.
Oh, what's it? Well, not Chow.
No, it looks like a Shih Tzu, but.
Oh, the little moppy kind of.
Yeah. But in any event, they talk about the skin issues and the eye issues and the drool issues.
Lassos or something like that.
Less opso.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we started doing nightcap,
You're really featured in the
that's pretty fun. I did some like rumors.
Normally they have like 15 videos.
I would think that would be some rained out.
Probably talking to Kissinger now.
It makes more sense to have people more happy than understanding. Joe were discussing still haven't even gotten the cross-examination yet?
No, it's not even
I already did that to Leon.
How many more hours is she going to have?
So it's been a 45-minute break so far. Maybe 10 plus 15 minutes or so.
He does.
This is like maybe 10 feet. Do they understand that?
I'd say women's closer than
We talked about it. She's that small on the camera. That means I'm like 2 days away.
Is there lunch break going on that we don't know about?
That would be good too. Eventually. The judge is getting his order into North Street Market now. We'd have to do that.
Are you all set? Everyone's all set? Can you let this come back? All set, yeah. Can you go up? Okay. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like I'm like a cow. I'm sitting behind the animals fight or interact. It's like, you know how they say you have to
Honorable Court, all rise.
Thank you, please be seated. I want to just apologize, it was a longer break than I wanted, but it was an important call that I needed to take. Thank you. Thank you.
So then, you're still testifying under oath. One of the things I'd like to cover with you, you mentioned earlier where you would eat lunch and where you would take bathroom breaks. Remember that testimony? Since December of last year, with regard to the 5 defendants' conduct that you described, what, if anything, have you done differently with regard to taking bathroom breaks or eating lunch?
Now the difference would be, instead of just sitting in my vehicle on the top of the Wells garage, that I'll just go back to this police station on Marble Street and park there and have lunch.
And how about, and why is that?
Just to have a half an hour of peace and to myself, just to relax.
What was happening when you were having lunch in your car?
One or two of them standing around just staring, watching, you know, waiting for me, I guess, to finish lunch and get out and start working again.
They wouldn't go away while you were taking a break? You have to verbalize.
No.
How about with regard to bathroom breaks? Have you had any encounters with the 5 defendants that you talked about in terms of bathroom breaks?
Initially, it would be, like I said, I would use the public library, you know, Winter Street. They would follow me, and I would use the employee door.
Objection, and if there's any question where I think the question may have been permissible if the individual was asked in terms of for answering to individuals. So again, we're getting this colloquy back and forth about they without any delineation of individuals.
Your Honor, we have moved for a conspiracy concept, and as the court is well aware, and that is that 2 or more people acting in concert in an organized fashion. So, you know, I understand that Mr. Myers would like to go through every individual, and I'm happy to do that. But my point is that there is not only tortious interference with employment contractual relations, but also there's a conspiracy, civil conspiracy in terms of organized activity. And that if there is a joint and collective activity, then one is responsible for the all.
Your Honor, technically there has been a motion to amend that a conspiracy claim. That motion has not been acted on. There is no conspiracy claim at this point before the court.
There has been no objection to that motion, which has been filed a month ago or so.
It hasn't been acted on. You're here today based on what has been acted on.
For purposes of the preliminary injunction hearing, and again, this may be a proper area for cross-examination as to who did what when, but I take it that your question related to the 5 individuals other than Mr. Eyre.
Yes.
Let me respond. The objection is overruled.
The question was...
Wait,
I'm sorry. So then the question was, with regard to the activities that you described in the 5 individuals, with regard to these 5 individual defendants, what impact has that had on the taking bathroom records?
Well, initially, they would follow me. As I say, I would use the library on Winter Street, and I would use the employee entrance, and they would wait for me to come out. And I guess if I took too long, sometimes they would come in through the regular public entrance and look for me to see where I went. And when I came out, they would be somewhere in the vicinity and pick up the following myself.
Have you talked to a counselor as it relates to what you've had to endure over the last several months since December on the job?
Yes.
And what's the counselor's name?
Mary Kimmel.
Kimmel?
Yes.
And what have you described to the counselor with regard to your work environment?
How I feel about what my work environment is, just the anger and the frustration would be beyond.
Your Honor, the witness has been asked in detail about her experience in the work environment, about how it affects her, how she feels about it, gone on for considerable length on that. Unless there is some difference in terms of what her response was to the counselor versus what her response was to the same questions when asked by counsel, this is just rehashing. And at a certain point, given the fact that we have 6 witnesses, and I understand the defendant the plaintiff potentially has 6 witnesses. I mean, it just goes on forever.
Your Honor, the issue is hostile work environment. It's the severe and pervasive conduct that I've been trying to establish with the court. I want to get evidence into the record so that you can understand the impact, not just the superficial impact, but the significant impact that this witness has experienced and what steps she has had to take.
And I think for that purpose, it is relevant and will allow it. But the point about time constraints and granted, I know I'm not gonna limit you, but we are kind of repeating some of the testimony, and unless so maybe if you could just move it along unless there's a new point that's going to be made.
Thank you. So with regard to the therapist, why did you talk to a therapist or a counselor?
To try to sort out why I was feeling as angry as I was, and so unable to focus and to understand these emotions that I don't have to on a daily basis. It was just hard. I couldn't sort it out.
And you had another appointment scheduled?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I want to, again, non-objecting to the other grounds, I want to make that it's hostile work environment is not illegal. Period. There is no legal basis for that claim. And in the attempt to continue to try to convert this into matters of general equitable principle and personal rights as opposed to legal rights, where there is no underlying claim. It's just to add one layer of irrelevancy onto another layer of irrelevancy, and trying to take this proceeding from a matter of law to a matter of sympathy. So I do object on that basis to this line of questioning. And I am at some point going to ask this court to make a ruling as to whether a hostile work environment per se states a legal claim.
Again, I think we're talking about the request for injunctive relief and narrowly focused on the elements that the city needs to establish. I believe it's relevant, so you may proceed.
I'm sorry, I've been distracted now. What was the question?
What? Won't be able to read back the question.
Question was about our next appointment, I believe.
Thank you.
And the answer was yes.
You've seen the counselor, Mary Kimmel, a couple of times already.
Twice.
Lynn, have you thought about filing a grievance through your union?
It's crossed my mind.
Have you thought about filing a workers' compensation claim for stress on the job?
It's also crossed my mind.
Have you thought about not coming into work, taking a mental health day or a sick day as a result of the 5 defendants' conduct?
I have, but I haven't.
Explain. I think I know what you mean, but explain.
I have thought of that, but on the other hand, this is my job. I want to go to work every day. I don't want to be denied that. I want to do the job I was hired to, and I don't want anyone to deny that other than the people that hired me and tell me they don't want me.
You've talked about a couple of times an anger that you've never experienced in your life. Have you actually thought about working up, channeling that anger or acting out on that anger in some fashion?
Objection to relevance.
How is that relevant?
The impact that the defendant's conduct has caused this employee in terms of her emotional well-being as it relates to the job.
For that purpose, objection.
Talked about anger a couple of times today. Have you given thought about how to try to channel that anger or acting out on that anger on occasion?
How to challenge or how to act on it. I believe, that's why we talked with Mary. Like I said, I've not experienced this kind of thing before. I really didn't know what to do with it. And it actually kind of frightened myself to think that I could get that angry. And it worried me, so I was glad when I did talk to Mary about it.
I'm going to show you a couple of photographs. Judge, I have them in a booklet which I have not yet marked. I've given my brother a copy of it.
Jim, have you seen these photographs?
I have.
Mr. Eyre, have you seen these?
Yeah, but I would ask for my own copy if, I'm not, no one's speaking on my behalf.
And then you have a copy in front of you. We also have them up on the screen just for visual.
Let me state for the record that it does appear Mr. Eyre was handed a copy of the photographs by counsel.
So take a look at the first photograph on the screen here. Then can you see it from there?
Yeah.
Okay. It's page number 9 in your booklet. Who is that photograph of?
That would be me.
And what is going on there?
Well, it was winter time, obviously, and I believe I was just asking someone to stay back, stay away from me.
Is this representative of what you have encountered in terms of photographs and videographers taking your likeness in close proximity to you?
Yes.
But she didn't say close proximity. It wasn't the testimony.
How close have people gotten to you then with regard to videotaping and photographing you while on the job? And when I say the 5 defendants that you've identified.
I would say from here to this screen.
You're talking about the monitors?
The monitors.
distance of 4 to 5 feet. Is that fair to say? And how about the next photograph on page 10? What does that photograph depict?
That was not too long ago. That was Jane and I leaving the area where there was one individual in Garrett Ian, and there was some words and stuff going back and forth, and we were just leaving.
This was an encounter between a citizen and Garrett Ian and
I
Olson?
believe that was the day.
All right, so where you're walking across the street here?
From the middle section, there's a middle section here in Keene that are metered, and we're walking from that to the Church Street, which is on the east side of Main Street.
And Mr. Ian took your photograph or your videotape while in the street?
Yes.
Next photograph on page 11. That's you, is it?
Yes.
And what does that show?
It's hard to tell if it's the same day or not, but it's the same activity, just trying to get away.
And what's the approximate distance that Defendant Ian was from you when this was taken?
Probably the same, or perhaps a few feet farther.
How about the next photograph, number 12, page 12, sorry.
Okay, the individual with the child, you're going to have to leave with the child. I'm asked to put on
Am I not going quickly enough for you?
No, you're going to have to leave with the child.
Did you not hear me? I said I was leaving. I was trying to leave. I am leaving. You want to make more of a scene over it? And like, scar the little kid?
Okay, next comment.
Same areas that the sidewalks are.
Correct.
Are there any sidewalk areas that are not also meter areas?
Yes.
Slide down there.
I know, it's all right.
Just try to raise your voice. I can tell I'm having a hard time.
Okay,
I'm sure that the parties in council.
So the green on these is, he was asking if there were sidewalks. Yes.
But are the sidewalk areas and meter areas one and the same, or there's some sidewalk areas without meters and some meter areas with
Right.
sidewalks?
There's some sidewalk areas without meters.
So is there any way to determine from this map what areas have sidewalks but not meters?
I have not done the map. No, I don't know. I would say this does. This determines it. In green, it does the sidewalks.
Your voice is starting to trail off again.
Well, I think if I stand further away, that will probably encourage the testimony. It's fair to say that even though your territory apparently is all of downtown Keene, that you're basically, there's some areas you can spend more time than other areas?
No.
Isn't it fair to say that you spend most of your time in the area where there are parking meters?
I would say, yeah, 75%.
And most of the areas where there are parking meters are also areas where there are sidewalks, correct?
Correct.
And what is the typical width of a sidewalk in Keene? No idea.
How wide the sidewalks
Yeah.
are? It varies depending on where you are. 4 feet,
4 to 6 feet width.
6 feet seems excessive, but.
So something, that most of the sidewalks are something less than 6 feet away. Now, if you're headed one way on the sidewalk, and I'm headed on the other way on the sidewalk, and the two of us pass, typically how much distance is there between you and me?
2 or 3 feet.
Now, during the course of your typical work day, how many people do you encounter on sidewalks? Hundreds?
Possibly 800.
And those people would typically be within 2 or 3 feet of you, correct?
If we're passing each other, yes.
And there's nothing objectionable in itself about another person being 2 or 3 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
Now, if somebody came up to you on the sidewalk 2 or 3 feet away and said, "You're doing a great job," would you find that obnoxious or objectionable?
No, of course not.
But if someone came up and told you you were doing a bad job, particularly if that was a frequent occasion, you would probably react differently to that. Is that correct?
Objection based on the form is ambiguous when it says frequent. Are we talking about the repeated daily, or are we talking about one-off or two-off situation?
Let me answer the question.
My question again is that if somebody, again, from the 2 or 3 foot distance, came up to you and told you that you were doing a bad job, would you regard that as being obnoxious or objectionable?
Initially, my reaction would be guarded, but if it continued, yes, it would be objectionable.
If it happened every day, that would be objectionable, correct?
Yes.
Now, Attorney Bauer asked you earlier about your understanding of the rights of demonstrators. Do you have any background or training in what people's First Amendment rights are?
No.
Now, is it fair to say that in any given day you are likely to be covered at some point during the day virtually every part of downtown?
Do I cover every part of the downtown?
Yeah, any given day.
Yes.
And is it fair to say in terms of like the areas around, sidewalks around sort of near the courthouse, sort of around the central square area, that in those areas you're likely to do it multiple times in any given day?
Yes.
And if this court were to issue an injunction prohibiting certain designated persons from ever being within 30 feet of you or 50 feet of you during your work day, is there any place, any sidewalk, any public street in the Keene area where they could safely remain without being at risk of violating court order?
It's a hypothetical question that doesn't have facts related in this case. We're talking about within the proximity of taunting, harassing, intimidating, interfering with jobs. Premised on that, I withdraw my objection. In other words, we're not asking
the
for
city's not asking for an injunction to prohibit the defendants from being within the proximity of the officers. It's just to be in that proximity and engage in the behavior?
Yes.
Now, if I could, man, please respond to that.
Absolutely.
I didn't hear it.
He wanted a minute.
right, this is from the petition. The petitioner respectfully requests that this court A, issue appropriate orders of notice, B, schedule a hearing on the within injunction, and C, after hearing, issue a preliminary injunction restraining respondents or anyone under their direct supervision, employment, or control from coming within a safety zone of 50 feet of any PEO while that PEO is on duty performing his or her employment duties as required by the City of Keene.
So it's certainly within the context, Your Honor, of the petition that's been filed. The proposed court order, which I provided to Mr. Meyer and to you, specifically states, and I'll read it in the record if you like, the defendant shall not engage in touching, taunting, obstructing, detaining, hindering, impeding, blocking, intimidating, or harassing any parking enforcement officer within 30 feet of any PEO during the performance of her or his.
So I take it as now proposed, the city is narrowing the scope of the requested in preliminary injunctive relief.
Well, yes. I mean, this was completed.
So this is the relief on preliminary basis that you're requesting is relief is set forth in the proposed order?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Meyer, with that understanding,
We are.
Let me rephrase your question.
Well, I just like to say this, Your Honor. This is something I received when I was in the courtroom this morning. I haven't had a chance to read it. Could I have 2 minutes to read it, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to make sure I understand whether or not the City of Keene, through this request, is withdrawing all of the other injunctive relief that they previously requested.
Your Honor, I'd have to look at the petition during a break to answer that question.
Well, then, for purposes, we now have a witness's testimony. I don't know if you want to, at least in terms of the breadth of the question, I think you can now narrow that question.
But Your Honor, nevertheless, not necessarily pertinent to this witness's testimony, it would be helpful to have a statement from the city.
I agree.
In fact, this is the only relief they now request.
I agree. We're certainly not going to conclude this before the lunch break, so I'm sure the city can have an opportunity to look at that and see whether there's been any further narrowing.
Testified earlier that certain defendants have told you that you should leave your job. Is that right? Something along those lines. Excuse me?
Yes, something along those lines.
Now, in your mind, does that constitute haunting?
Well, it's not something that I would consider a friendly thing to say to someone, so it was definitely negative.
But would you, again, I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, would you consider this to be haunting, or do you not understand what the word haunting means in that context?
I don't consider that haunting.
any of the defendants said anything to you that you regarded as activity in the conduct?
Yes.
What?
This James Cleveland saying the poor Linda routine. Poor Linda, poor Linda, robbing from all these nice citizens of Keene all these years. Poor Linda.
Anything else that's been said to you at any point that you regard as conduct by any defendant?
When I've been chalking, told I'm vandalizing people's cars, that kind of thing.
Did any defendant tell you to vandalize people's?
Yes, while I was chalking.
Which one?
I'm sorry, excuse me, Graham Olson.
Any other comment that was made to you by any defendant in regards to the conduct?
It's such a fine line there. No, I'm going to say no.
You say a fine line. You say.
Well, I mean things like comments like, you know, I'm morally superior to you, or you know, you work for people that excuse me, work for people that solve everything with guns and violence. Is that taunting? Yeah, I guess. It's rude, but.
Is it fair to say it's not clear to you whether a particular comment is taunting or not taunting? What that means?
I guess I associate it with more of a, like using my name, being more personal, using particularly my name when they address me with stuff like that.
Any other comment that you regard potentially as being taunting that was addressed to you?
No.
Do you have a certain quota of tickets that you're supposed to issue every day?
No.
Have you been faced any type of criticism from your supervisors for not issuing enough tickets?
Criticizing for not issuing enough tickets. We don't have a quota, so what would enough be?
Well, that's what I'm asking is, have you ever been faulted for issuing too few tickets?
No.
How often do you receive job evaluations?
Every year.
What time of year?
January.
So your most recent evaluation was in January?
Correct.
And what was the quality of that evaluation?
It was fine.
Your supervisors thought you were doing a good job?
Yes.
And has you received any subsequent feedback from anybody in the supervisory capacity indicating you're doing anything less than a good job?
Recently?
And any time since that evaluation in January?
I guess I don't understand what
Yeah, you said you got a good evaluation in January. And I'm asking you, is anything from your supervisory feedback perspective that anything changed since January?
No.
Do you regard being videotaped as something that's intimidating to you?
In my capacity as what? Is on my personal time or no? My working hours?
I take it the videotaping of you has been done when you're in your work capacity, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
And do you regard that as being intimidating?
Yes.
Why?
It just seems like just such an invasion of your space.
You're saying invasion of your space. You also testified that most of the videotaping occurs from a greater remove in terms of distance. So why do you objection to that? That was your testimony. Why don't she can change it?
The objection was a greater distance without any specificity. Her testimony was very clear in terms of the approximate feet people were standing from her during the videotaping.
I'm taking good notes on it. If the question's proper, we may proceed to cross-examination.
You're saying that the videotaping is intimidating across the board or only when it's within a certain vertical range?
Well, it's intimidating to the sense if they're this close or where you are, they're still capturing me.
Is that intimidating?
Yes.
So you're saying regardless of distance, the fact that you're doing videotape is intimidating?
Yeah.
And why is it intimidating?
It's just, I just find it's just, I don't have any peace. I don't have any place I can go. It's like somebody looking in your window all the time.
All right, but you're on duty, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're not intimidating, they're not videotaping you in your home or in your private time, correct?
Right. No.
You testified earlier that certain of the defendants walked across the street without using a crosswalk, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Did you ever report their activities to, well, let me ask you, does the City of Keene have an ordinance that requires you to use crosswalks?
There's no jaywalking.
Is there some ordinance that requires the use of crosswalks?
Yeah, you should use a crosswalk.
And is it fair to say that there are lots of people, quite apart from the defendants, who don't use crosswalks?
I would say so.
And have you ever reported within your apartment or within the city any of the defendants for engaging in jaywalking?
No.
If any of the defendants did something which you thought created a danger to themselves or others, would you not report it to the city?
I would report it to the city.
And have you had occasion to make any such report?
No.
Thank you, I have no further questions. Reader? Briefly. Excuse me, Mr.
Actually, I should say, Mr. Eyre, I did
Oh,
not,
sorry, yeah.
I did not mean to, do you have any questions for the witness?
Afternoon. You noted earlier that when you go out in your official capacity as a park enforcement officer, you wear a uniform, is that correct?
That's correct.
You noted the dress that's usually worn based on the weather. I'm also curious, are there electronics that you have with you as part of that uniform?
A great two-way radio?
Okay.
Yeah.
A two-way
Cell
radio?
phone, yeah.
And use that radio to communicate with your colleagues?
Both, yes.
Okay. And you noted earlier as well that you use a cell phone to sometimes give a heads up to your colleagues as well, correct?
Yeah.
And so might that accurately be defined as a conspiracy?
I don't understand the question.
I'm just using the definition of conspiracy as it was levied earlier, being organized communication with two or more people.
No.
Okay, well, moving on. You noted derogatory You used the words derogatory and disturbing, taunting to describe some of the actions that some of the folks told to be here have allegedly done. But I guess, is there a job responsibilities that you're familiar with when you took the position as a PEO that states expectations and roles and responsibilities?
That's correct, it's in that job description, but I don't think when that was put in the description, it was to this level.
Right, so you're familiar, I guess, kind of jumped my question, you're familiar with the bullet point in that job description that notes department employment officers are to endure verbal and mental abuse when confronted by hostile views and opinions?
Yeah.
And so you would define some of the things that these derogatory, disturbing, and taunting as hostile views and opinions?
Yes.
And so you are, when you took your position as a PEO, you knew that might be part of the job.
Correct. But like I said, when it was written, I don't think it was meant to be on a daily basis.
Right, but to your knowledge, there's no frequency or timeline that specifies that is there. It just says endure verbal and mental abuse when confronted by hostile views and opinions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Third, I want to point to the picture number 15 that Mr. Bowers shared, which showed an individual that was identified with a black shirt on the left side of the picture.
Do you have that picture in front of you?
I do now, yes. Okay.
Could you identify that person by name?
No, I don't know him.
You mentioned you used the word confrontation. Can you give a brief description of what unfolded after that picture was taken?
Verbal confrontation.
There was merely a verbal confrontation that occurred?
That's what I witnessed, yes.
You didn't see any physical confrontation?
No.
Did you later learn the physical confrontation?
Later.
So you yourself were present on the scene when they...
I did not witness anything but verbal.
Would you describe that verbal confrontation as aggressive before you left the scene?
It was heated.
Is one of your roles and responsibilities listed in the PEO that's you acknowledged having seen when you took the position to aid individuals who are in danger of physical harm?
Correct. And so in order to...
Okay, we need to have, and I understand you're representing yourself in your arm, but ma'am, you need to let the question be finished before you respond, and Mr. Eyre, if you let the witness finish her answer before otherwise you're talking over each other.
So she was not complete with her answer, Judge.
Did you have anything further you want to say?
Yes. When this picture was taken, there was the heated, loud voices. I was walking away in order to do that because I couldn't hear anything that was going on, and I wasn't going to key my mic with all that noise going on. As I got away, these other things, finding out afterwards, occurred. At that time, I heard Jane radio, so there's no reason for both of us to do that.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So before you left that scene, that you acknowledged there were some heated verbal exchanges. I guess as a public employee, did you think it might be wise to try to defuse the situation rather than leave the situation?
In this case, I thought it was wiser to remove myself so I could report it and hear the responses that were coming, that I don't think in my physical capacity that I was going to be able to stop anything, and I needed to call people and ask them for help.
So you thought aiding individuals who are in danger of physical harm would better be served by removing yourself from the situation than being there and being a witness and trying to defuse the situation?
Yes, please finish the question.
Sorry, I was just asking, you thought
in keeping with your roles and responsibilities, that aiding individuals who are in danger of physical harm could better be served by removing yourself from the situation and not being a witness and not trying to defuse it?
I was removing myself in order to call.
Okay. I guess I'm curious. It seems like you've noted that you have when you're satisfied with your job, you're content, and you might say that you have pride in being able to provide that, be in that position. Is that correct? I mean, is integrity a characteristic that you would point to?
I think anyone that's assigned any job should take pride in what they do.
If you saw a colleague doing something that you thought out of line, would you bring that to the attention of others?
That I thought it was out of line? Yes.
Well, having noted that I myself haven't participated in these activities, why then did you not speak out when you learned that I was named in this preliminary injunction?
I did.
You let them know that I was involved?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate it. And some of the comments you made, specifically about James Cleveland taunting, and I guess some of the other, I'll just leave it with James Cleveland, but about James Cleveland's comments that he allegedly said, I wasn't there, so I'm paraphrasing, but equating your job as stealing from people. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, was there a verbal answer?
Yeah,
yes.
If you say yes or no, because the record can't pick up.
And you've been employed as a parking enforcement officer since early 2000. That's correct?
January.
How is your salary, your $20 an hour salary paid for?
Through the parking fund.
And how's the parking fund? Where does that money come from?
The meters and the fines.
So it's entirely contingent on fines generated. The parking enforcement office is completely self-sufficient in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There's no money that's taxpayer money.
No.
Okay, earlier you were asked by Mr. Myers, I believe, if there was a quota system, a daily quota system. Is that correct?
I was asked that, yes.
And you indicated that there was not a daily quota, correct?
Yes.
Is there an annual document that notes the number of parking tickets given per year and the projected number of parking tickets sought?
As compared to the previous year?
Correct.
Yes.
Is that then not a quota applied to an annual basis rather than a daily basis?
No, it's not like this is how many you have to go out and get in order to achieve this. It's just the amount that you did arrive at compared to the year before.
Right, but metrics are identified as potential goals, correct? The numbers roughly of 24,000, 25,000 tickets given in one calendar year versus 28 or 9,000 sought the next calendar year, those are metrics sought as goals, correct?
No, I don't think they're goals. I think they're just comparisons.
So if you went into one of these annual meetings and they said, hey, we gave out 24 or 5,000 tickets this year, but next year we're going to give 5,000, you wouldn't, that wouldn't cause you to act differently?
Objection. It's relevant, John. That is objection before, but now we're really getting far afield.
Response, how is this relevant to the request for preliminary injunctive relief?
Well, this is specifically, these numbers are mentioned in the affidavit, so it is relevant. And I'm bringing it up because of, to demonstrate that statements that quotas aren't in existence, at least daily quotas. I want to point out that, in fact, you can infer them from a yearly number arrived at by maybe not the individual testifying right now, but her colleagues.
Where's a reference to the number of tickets in the affidavit?
Do you want me to answer?
One moment, please. Okay, I guess I should correct my earlier statement. I don't see that specific, the numbers mentioned in the affidavit, but it was mentioned in the City of Keene budget and indicated as a goal. That was the verbiage used for it. But has your specific ability to perform your job would you acknowledge that in the City of Keene budget, the metrics given for the parking enforcement is listed as a goal? Relevance. The relevance is that if 25,000 roughly tickets were sent, it would have been given
The objection's overruled. The question's proper.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna have to explain a little bit more what is exactly what you're looking for. I don't understand the question. Is a goal, a goal to me is, this is what we'd like to do, that's our goal. But if we don't, then we've fallen short, or if we've done better, we've done better. I don't.
So has your job, I'll just leave it at that then. I believe, you would acknowledge that these numbers were listed as a goal in the City of Keene budget, correct?
There are numbers that I don't create.
Right, but you would acknowledge that between this calendar year and what was given in the last calendar year was grown, the goal was grown by roughly 20% to this calendar year.
No, I can't acknowledge that. I don't know that for sure.
You're not familiar with the goals set for the parking enforcement office?
I don't know the specific numbers, no, that's not my responsibility.
All right, no further questions. Thanks for your time.
Very brief, 4 areas. First of all, Linda, would you describe the difference between the activities that the 5 defendants that you've identified have engaged in towards you on the job, as opposed to what's in your job description with regard to putting up with some difficult people once in a while?
Like I said, I mean, it's occasional. in the past, not on a regular daily basis, of being, you know, followed around, and it's just, I've never had this much negativity from any person the whole time that I've done this, other than maybe, you know, once or twice in a week or a month, not on a regular basis.
You are asking for an injunction to keep people away from the 5 individuals that you've identified, keep them a reasonable distance from you, aren't you?
Yes.
And as part of that request, the videotaping of you within 30 feet of you?
Yes.
Is there any reason that you know of why someone has to be within 4 feet of you, or 10 feet of you, or 20 feet of you, or even 30 feet of you to videotape you in public place?
Your Honor, objection. The requested order by the City of Keene does not ask that videotaping be prohibited within 30 feet. If it did, it would be clearly unconstitutional, but that's not the request that's being made. So when Attorney Bauer says to this witness, you are asking, you must be referring to some personal request outside the scope of this hearing. Again, it goes to the underlying issue here about the lack of clarity as to exactly what the City of Keene is asking for in this proceeding.
To be clear, what we're asking for is to stop the intimidation, the harassment, the taunting, the interference with the public employees doing their job within 30 feet distance. Videotaping is one of those types of instances of taunting, detaining, harassing, impeding, blocking, etc.
I think the specific question was, can you think of any reason why somebody would need to be closer than 30 feet to do videotaping?
Right.
The objection's overruled. Can you answer that question?
Lost the thread.
Can you think of any reason why somebody would need to be within 30 feet to do videotaping?
Need to be closer than 30?
Yes.
30 feet? No.
And is that one example of what you deem to be harassing, intimidating, and threatening?
Correct.
Mr. Eyre, Peter Eyre, has just brought up the issue of economics. From your perspective, in this case, does this injunction have anything to do with the economics of the town or the city?
No.
Do you object to anybody, including the 5 defendants or the 6 defendants, plugging meters if they want to for somebody else?
No.
They can do that.
Yes.
And they can videotape 30 feet away from you,
Right.
and they can tell you that you should quit your job 30 feet away from you.
Yes.
You wish they wouldn't, I understand that.
I know, it's,
You also brought up this encounter recently, and I guess now is as good a time as any. There's some discussion across. Let's go to what is this? Let's let it roll, and then you can describe it after.
One thing, is there any objection to this being played?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't understand at this point that we're requesting that this be paid.
What that incident was about, and we'll get into further discussions.
Okay, we need to just lay some foundation that this witness can say what's on the
Well,
video.
I also want a representation from this witness, from Attorney Bauer, that this is the raw video and not an edited video.
This is the raw video. No, it's an excerpt. I mean, there's hours and hours of video.
No.
Your Honor, if I can clarify, this is an excerpt from a video that's on YouTube. The information at the bottom has been added for identification purposes for the court. The label where it comes from, what the source is. Keene Parking Force is the YouTube user. Travis Hobbs at Tax Robin Hood. This is the name as listed on YouTube, and that's the website. The first image that you saw, we can go back, is a screenshot of the YouTube page where this was located.
Just so we're clear about this. Beyond that particular section, there's been no further editing or splicing of the video. Is that a description?
So, can we show the videotape?
Wait, Your Honor, the representation was being edited by another witness here who actually took the video, that this is an edited video taken from the raw video. This is not the original raw video.
I take it this is going to, again, I think we're, I'm not sure how long this excerpt is.
About 5 minutes?
Your Honor, this is a 5-minute section from a larger video. I don't recall exactly off the top of my head how long the video was, but there is material before and material after. And this is simply a section of the video. Under Rule 1006, when we have voluminous documentary evidence in digital form, picture form, we can provide the court with a summary of that evidence through an excerpt. That's what this is.
Wait, this isn't, well, this, again, I think we need to have testimony from the person who did this video and put it onto YouTube. Because I understand that this is going to, testimony is going to be, this is more, that this is an excerpt from an edited video. And that the edited video itself comes from a raw video, which would presumably be the best evidence here. Am I correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, and I don't understand how counsel for the defendant, counsel for the plaintiff here, who has had no access to this video except through YouTube, is in a position to testify as to what it represents or what it doesn't represent.
I'm not testifying as to what it represents or doesn't represent. This is simply information as to where the video was located.
I know, but I'm not even at this point objecting to the caption. I'm saying the substance of this is an excerpt from an edited version of a raw video. And I think at least we'd like the opportunity to make sure that this is in fact does not distort what actually occurred before we talk about admissibility or before it's shown to the witness.
Well, let me ask you this: have you seen this video?
No.
Okay. So the counsel has not shown this to the witness in advance.
The answer is yes. She did see the video. It was on my iPhone.
Oh, yeah, okay. A few others. All right.
You didn't see
I
it on the
can't
screen.
tell by just looking at that one part.
Does the video fairly inaccurately depict what took place during a portion of the encounter?
Yes.
I thought her testimony was she didn't see most of it. She was walking away.
Well, I think that's subject to cross-examination. I'm going to allow it, and then we seriously we do need to move this. We're not even finished with the first witness, so we'll play it, and I don't know how much longer you have, Attorney Bauer, but it's more than a minute or two. I don't know if there's going to be further recross-examination by either of the defendants, but we'll conclude this witness, and then we'll move on. But yes, you can play it subject to it being authenticated by the witness.
Could I object briefly?
Yes.
This video is admittedly the edited version, and everyone's acknowledged that much, but the raw video also, I'm not sure if this video does, but I know the raw video shows the individual that was pictured in picture number 15 having a conversation with the individual testifying and her colleague. So I think that shows some background that happened minutes before, whatever this video might describe. So I just think if this is going to be shown, it's relevant to show the backstory, to show it wasn't just a spur of the incident kind of thing. To show that there was knowledge.
I need to offer proof in that we're on redirect examination. I feel like we're kind of heading down a tangent. What's so critical about this video that needs to be shown by counsel this time?
This was several days ago. This is an offer of proof. This was several days ago. She encounters Lynn as well as Jane trying to do their jobs. There's a confrontation. You've heard some testimony about, or some questions about, from Mr. Eyre and some testimony. And this is going to show the escalation of of what has been going on the street. And unfortunately, an encounter just several days ago that involves these two people trying to do their job, and an encounter with a citizen that they had nothing to do with, and Mr. Colson and Mr. Garrett Keene. And this is a fair and accurate.
I'm gonna allow it, and I'm also gonna allow if there's additional portions of that the defendants want to offer to put it in more context. Certainly, I'll give them latitude to offer that as well. The objection is overruled. We'll see.
Thank you.
The large man is saying he's going to smash the camera. Just wanted to inform you guys.
Don't talk to us. Just
Well, it says in your employment protocol when someone's making criminal threats, you're supposed to assist the public.
You only got 3 minutes. Do you not have a life rule? You got 100 minutes away from these girls.
Is that a threat? What does that mean? What are you saying?
Just saying, why are you going to harass if you have a life?
What does harassment mean? What are you alleging?
You won't leave them alone. Clearly, they don't want you to videotape the phone if I use your ass, you.
I've only gotten that response from one of the enforcers.
You leave them alone, straight up. You want to follow right? Say that right before. I do not want to be followed. I don't want to be followed, but you know. I hope I see your ass on the video.
These are the supporters of the City of Keene.
I'm a Keene citizen.
Yeah, me too. We have the same rights. We're equals. You don't have more rights than I do.
Stand up for myself, dude. If you're standing up for myself and you're smashing that camera over your head, then so be it.
Threatening violence against people is not standing up for yourself.
Walk away.
That's right. That's what you're going to do, is walk away.
You don't even worry about your
Leave him alone. That's adorable. I'm glad I'm so quick. Yeah. No spice head can catch me. this. I'm uploading this video to the internet. I think it proves assault on myself and Graham. So if the prosecutor, yes, he ran after me and threw something at me, and I ran off this way. And then after the Travis guy, the big guy.
I don't know who he's for.
I was physically gone. Oh, we got attacked by some gang of kids.
I don't know who these kids are, but
oh, I know.
You know what's the last one?
You know, I just don't need to be that guy who cooperated with the police and get jumped in some back alley.
I mean,
again, in a free society, absolutely.
The way I am is, you know, I'll go back nearly 10% for you. You don't care, why should I?
See, here's the thing, I do care, I have enough people, okay, I'm just, can you hear me out for a second? I'm just saying I have enough people that already have issues with me, that I don't need to be all snitched to.
It's because I turned down the Bob Marley I shake.
So Lynn, you were part of that encounter, weren't you? You have to verbalize.
Yes.
Who else was part of that encounter, the named defendants?
Here, Ian initially.
Garrett Ian was the videographer?
Yes.
And who was the other person who,
Well,
pardon me?
Graham Colson.
Did you put up these citizens, these other kids or other people to do any of that? That's been one of the most harrowing days of your job experience?
That was upsetting.
Nothing further.
All right, gentlemen. Since the portion of the video that preceded what we saw involved a conversation between yourself and Travis, and I'm not sure was your colleague present with that as well? There was a conversation had in the media in that center area?
Not initially, no.
So before the video started, had you minutes before talked with that individual who assaulted?
He approached me when I was in the middle section of Main Street, right across from the Church Street.
Right. Can you give a brief recount of what the conversation was about?
What he was telling me?
Sure.
No, I have no idea. There was another woman in front of me that I know and have for years I was talking to, and he came up from behind me and was saying, hey, 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 and she left, so I turned around and he started talking to me about, I really wasn't listening. I was still thinking about what I had just talked to her, and then Jane came across from the EF lane side to the middle section where we were, and she asked me if I knew this guy, and I said, no, I don't know him. And then Mr. Ian was there with his camera, and I said this was a private conversation. And then this gentleman here, this big younger guy, started talking and asked him to go away. And he started videoing and to stay away, and he stayed. And then I said to Jane, let's leave. Let's get out of here and cross the street. And we crossed the street and started down Church Street.
So the limited conversation, as you're saying, you were around with that individual, he wasn't talking about the weather or sports, he was talking about the activities in that area, is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
You don't recall if he was hostile or?
No, he wasn't hostile, but I don't recall any specific things that he said. He was just kind of leaning there on the meter.
You acknowledge that he asked Gary Ian to stop filming and to move away, correct?
Right.
And then minutes later, as y'all headed east down Church Street, and with Garrett and Graham east of you and these other individuals around you.
No. Not around us.
They were nearby
following?
Behind by a few minutes.
So you didn't sense any hostility before? What made you leave that scene?
The words that were passed back and forth. We remove ourselves, perhaps they'll go away.
So that was the first time over by the parking garage that you had any inkling that there was any hostility between that individual levied at some of the folks, levied at Garrett and Graham. That was the first time you had any inkling that he might have some hostility.
When they came up behind us after we reached the garage and voices started escalating, yeah, then I was thinking, well, wait a minute, this is too much. I was just, or we, and I asked Jane to come with me, was just trying to get away, hoping they would disperse. If we weren't there, what was the point? And it didn't. We went, Mr. Ian came with us on the opposite side videotaping, and we proceeded down to the garage, and they came behind, but it was not right with us. They weren't walking right behind us. We weren't like a group of people walking.
Right, I'm sorry if I misstated. I'm not trying to say that was the case. I'm trying to demonstrate that the preceding conversation before the assault happened should have, for someone whose role and responsibility is to aid in the public safety, it should have, I would hope, raised some flags, and that you would be on the lookout and you would try to defuse that before it escalated.
Well, and I think in this case, I would have said, and I did say to him, that this is not necessary, and that's when he said, Jane, let's get out of here, but Mr. Ian didn't remove himself either, and he could have walked away.
Right, but the question is, did you follow your rule and responsibility of aiding in the public in that instance?
You have to let the question be finished before you respond.
In retrospect, would you have handled yourself differently?
No.
Would you say that Garrett and Graham are responsible for the actions of that aggressive individual?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained. Yeah, the next question. I sustained the objection.
Have you ever witnessed any violence, any initiation of force from any of the 6 of us named as defendants?
Violence.
Have you ever witnessed myself or any of the other individuals named collectivized as Robin Hood by some entity called the City of Keene? Have you ever witnessed any of us 6 initiating force against somebody?
Force? No.
Okay. In fact, have you seen this video? You would say, would you admit that Travis, the individual who was aggressive, initiated force?
I couldn't say that, no. I think there was words going back and forth between both.
You knocked me off my body.
So the action that individual, Travis, had towards Graham Colson, admittedly, you said you weren't on the scene.
That's the part I wasn't there.
Right, you weren't on the scene, but watching the video, which is objective, is that, was Travis aggressive in that situation? Would you admit that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The relevancy is...
I agree. I think the video kind of, I watched the video, that portion. I understand your point, Mr. Eyre.
Have you, okay, so taking that instance, plus other instances you may be aware, are you aware of other instances when individuals not in this courtroom have approached one of these 5 or more of these 5 individuals and threatened them and hit them?
No, not like that.
So picture number 7, its description is individual punching James Cleveland. Are you familiar with that situation?
No.
You've not seen the video, or this is the first you've ever learned of it?
No, I learned of it verbally from Jane. That wasn't me.
Okay, so based on what you... Are you aware, so in the instance with Graham Colson, as depicted on the video, it seemed clear that Travis was aggressive, yet Graham, you know, he might have been justified using defensive force, but he didn't. My point here is that if you're unable to point to any instances where the defendants have been aggressive or initiated force, then it shows, you know, that they're not, that we as individuals haven't been out aggressive, hostile in the community. You wouldn't go so far as to say that these individuals have been have initiated force against you, correct?
Objection to the compound part of that.
I think he.
Sorry, I tried to clarify this.
I think he was trying to
everything
formulate a question. The last
stricken
part
from
of it was
that's what I said.
I
think you're taking a break.
I took it that the last statement was related to the question.
Yes.
I don't know if you recall the question, Gerard.
So yeah, to clarify, the question is: have any of us 6 named as defendants initiated force against you?
No.
So we've not caused a victim.
Objection.
Okay, so we've not.
What relevance does that have?
I missed what was the last question, Gerard? I didn't hear your full question.
I was asking if you acknowledge that none of us 6 named as defendants have initiated force against you, correct?
Physical force?
Force,
Is that
yes.
physical force?
Right.
No.
Okay. No further questions. Thanks.
Yes, one more.
Okay, Mr. Eyre is talking about physical force. What emotional abuse have you suffered?
I think we've been over this ground. I understand the point, but this really is your third bite covers ground that we've already covered it fairly extensively.
As long as you understand the point.
I do understand. I understand the point. Ma'am, you may be excused. We will resume in an hour at 10 minutes of 2. If I could just see counsel and Mr. Eyre at the bench, I want to talk a little bit about scheduling.
With the shade. Thermostat locked up. He looks back there. Can't trust the thermostat. That costs us money. Can't trust this person. We think they're going to apply this text later as well.
Safety go.
All right.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. I can see Councilman Eyre at the bench to talk about scheduling.
You need like cell phones, calendars?
Well, I have Jim Peel here with me, the clerk of courts. Just looking at the calendar, I have a proposal, and then that's not going to work. We'll have to talk about alternatives. This Friday is supposed to be an administrative day for the courts. There's nothing that's scheduled. I'm happy to make it available to the continuation of this hearing on Friday, but I know that that's short notice for Councilman Eyre. I know you said you're going to be away for the next 4 to 6 months. It's probably not going to be possible to accommodate completion. I'm not going to let 4 or 6 months go before we complete the hearing.
Part of that issue is
I was going to make that same proposal if Mr. Eyre wanted to testify, to give him that opportunity to do that this afternoon so that he has a chance to be heard.
That's fine. In terms of the concerns
my concern with the Friday is that this was, supposed to be an application. I didn't want to disrupt today because it was, we wanted to involve in it. That's why I want to Friday as well. I don't have the process schedule for next week. Friday.
We're running into, this is a, for the most part, a one judge court with pretty much, there's something scheduled pretty much every day. That's why this is the beauty of Friday was that that's a day where nothing's scheduled. That's not going to work, and we're probably looking, some distance down the road.
I would like to and I think regardless
Mary Kimmel, please. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated. And if you can talk into the microphone and try to keep your voice up. State your name, please.
Mary Kimmel.
And spell it.
Kimmel.
Would you give a brief overview of your background, training, and experience, maybe starting with education, please?
I have a master's degree in counseling psychology from Antioch, New England Graduate School. My background in the last 10 years is in the employee assistance and human resource consulting field, where I've helped deliver employee assistance programs and done organizational development and consultation.
And what license, if any, do you have?
I have a licensed clinical mental health counseling license.
Do you have any certifications as well?
Yes, I'm a certified employee assistance professional.
And for whom do you work at this point?
MKS Performance Solutions.
And where are they located?
In Concord and Exeter.
Okay. And your company and you personally provide support for organizations?
Yes.
Okay, so it's in the organizational consulting area that we're talking about.
Right.
Okay. And you also have the personal background in terms of mental health.
Yes.
How did you first become involved with Jane, Alan, and Lynn?
I received a call from Bill Pocock explaining the situation to me and saying that he would like to provide support for the three officers as a group, that they were under a great deal of stress, and that he would like for me to come in and support them, as I said, as a group, facilitate a group for training purposes in terms of managing stress and managing difficult interpersonal situations, and also to just give them a forum to come together as a group, support each other, and do kind of debriefing around what they've been experiencing.
And how many times have you seen all three people together?
2 times.
And do you have another one scheduled?
Yes, this Thursday.
This Thursday? Okay. Would you describe for the court what each of these people have told you, Jane, Alan, and Lynn, when you've met with them?
Yes, as we've talked about primarily the type of stress that they're under, they've talked about how this stress has impacted them, the different aspects of the stress.
Your Honor, as I understand the rules, that the hearsay testimony by a medical provider in regard to what he or she was told by the patient is admissible, and that's being done for the purpose of providing medical care. I don't know yet from the testimony leading up to this whether or not this witness is providing medical care to these individuals. I'd like to see a foundation in terms of exactly what I understand.
If you lay some additional foundation.
Well, what did you see as your role in terms of providing counseling to this group as you were called in by Mr. Prokop? And now he's the HR person for the city, right?
Right.
So what was your role?
My role would be characterized in the way of what we would consider critical incident, although this was a series of incidents. It was not one incident. Critical incident debriefing and ongoing support.
And in terms of how, did you have to get information from the three individuals for you to provide that kind of counseling and support?
No, when I met with them as individuals, as a group, we talked about the situation. They shared individually their experiences of those situations, but I never met with them as individuals, nor did I evaluate them.
Yes, no, I understand. You met with them in 2 sessions in a group.
Yes.
I would ask you again, what did Alan tell you with regard to his job? What did Alan tell you with regard to his job environment?
Objection, 2 grounds. First of all, Your Honor, I think the grounds previously stated. But secondly, I think more importantly, one of the 3 parking attendants has testified. 2 more are persuaded to testify. Surely, and they've been asked, and they will be asked about how they reacted emotionally, how they feel, et cetera, et cetera. Surely that is the best source of information about whatever emotional upset they experience. As the court knows, I don't believe this is legally relevant in the first place, but assuming for a minute that I'm incorrect, and it is legally relevant, we need in a preliminary injunction hearing to rehash through this witness what the, I'm not saying that they told her anything inconsistent with this, what they're going to testify to the court. I don't see the point to it.
How, if you're going to call I assume you're going to ask each of the other parking enforcement officers about the issue involving stress or consequences of the alleged conduct here. How is this not just repetitive of that testimony?
Well, first of all, we're putting Ms. Kimmel on out of order. She was scheduled to be after the two PEOs, two other PEOs. So I'm trying to establish a lead-up to her impressions from her professional point of view. And she needs the background in order to provide that foundation.
So I take it, what I have not, what's her testimony going to be on that point?
In terms of what
her impression? Yes.
She is going to testify that she has seen in these three people what she has seen in other clients, and that is a cumulative work environment stress that is significant, that's ongoing, a feeling of helplessness and hopelessness by these three individuals from a professional point of view.
Well, you know, first of all, I'm not going to. Attorney Bauer says needs to ask what they told her in order to lay a foundation. I'm not going to complain about lack of foundation, first of all. Secondly, if this witness, in responding to those questions, wants to relay specific things that were told to her that led to her those conclusions, I have no objection to that either. But just to sort of randomly summarize everything that she was told by this, what the question asked for seems to be unnecessary.
So I'm not sure. You're not objecting to that's improper hearsay. You're not objecting that that's not qualified.
Well, I have a separate objection to the improper hearsay, but I'm saying in terms of the other, which is still pending, but the issue that I'm raising now is essentially redundancy. And I'm saying with respect to that, with respect to both objections, I'm not going to complain about lack of foundation.
What did Alan tell you? We're going to take these three people individually. So what's your recollection of what Alan was conveying to you?
About the impact of the stress.
Of the impact of the stress in the job situation.
I think, from what Alan explained, that this created a real internal conflict for him, where he was in this position working on the street, and when he felt that people were in close proximity saying harassing and taunting things to him, that he could not respond to them given his role. He could not respond to them in a way that would be natural. I think particularly when some of the comments that he explained to me involved his family, and also a separate incident that he explained of being observed as his family, observing his family when he was off duty.
Would you describe that so we know what you're talking about?
Yes, he was in a park with his family, at the park here in town, and one of, and I'm not sure who the individual was standing within a proximity that he could see, observing him and his family while he was there at the park. So this created for him an internal conflict of a natural instinct to want to defend himself, defend his family, and when I say defend, I'm not talking about physical violence, but I'm talking about verbally defend himself, but yet within the constraints of his role, not being able to do that. therefore causing emotions such as anger, frustration, anxiety.
And this is on the job as well?
Yes, yes.
How about with regard to Lynn, who you've heard testify, what did she tell you at the sessions?
I think for Lynn, this was particularly frustrating because Lynn, as you've seen, is a soft-spoken person who's very committed to doing her job and being on the street and minding her own business. So to constantly have her personal space invaded and having people say things to her that were distressing, that was frustrating in that it's so outside of her general demeanor and how she would deal day to day in life. And I think very much for Lynn, this involved the frustration of not being able to get away from it or escape it. You know, I think for Alan, it's not being able to respond. For Lynn, there's no escape, nowhere to go. And I think for Lynn too, and both talked about taking this home and how difficult this was, that this is the job experience. And over time, going home for Alan, you know, there's only so much that you can talk about this with your partner, but after 6 months, the relationship can't hold that any longer. It's frustrating for the partner to not be able to help you. I think for Lynn, living alone, going home, not having anyone to debrief this, so she's just left with these intrusive thoughts and continual thoughts about the situation.
And how about with regard to Jane?
And I think for Jane, was in a position where she described from time to time actually attempting to engage and attempting to have reasonable conversations with some of the defendants and talk this through. And I think ultimately that did not work for her. And there were situations that I'm sure she will talk more about, but where she felt threatened. And so it became scary for her to be there on the street, to be isolated, and Jane too, and I think for all three of them, but talking about difficulty sleeping, you know, stressing a partner at home of wanting to debrief this. So it's their work environment, but it's impacting every aspect of their lives.
From your point of view, is that a cumulative stress
Absolutely,
environment?
Absolutely. There's several things about this situation that are specific to this situation. It's one thing when there's one incident and we come across that incident and it's stressful and we deal with it and then we go on our way. And you know, we can accommodate that within our coping mechanisms. When it's something that is persistent, it's every day that we're working, and it's pervasive, it's throughout the day. There's nowhere to go to escape this, that they won't be found or followed or have the potential to be found and followed. I think that when it becomes persistent and pervasive, it takes on the chronic, ongoing stress at that point and makes it very difficult to recover. You know, we have mechanisms to recover from from stress, and when it's persistent and pervasive, the recovery becomes very difficult. And then begins to impact things like sleep, ability to focus. We heard Lynn talk about difficulty focusing, difficulty with her memory, and even just modulating our own emotions in response, whether it's crying or the urge to respond in an angry manner.
What professional advice were you able to provide to Alan, Lynn, and Jane?
Well, we talked about just relieving that stress, and with each of them about what some things that I asked them were, what are some things that you can do when you leave here that you do at home? You had asked this morning about activities in your personal lives. What are activities that can distract you from these intrusive thoughts? What are activities that help you kind of reach a place of feeling calmer? For instance, Lynn had mentioned that reading is something that's very relaxing and calming to her. However, given the accumulation of all of this, I think the reading became difficult for her just in terms of trying to focus on the written page. So it was impacting even some of their natural coping mechanisms.
And based on your background, your training experience, and your relationship with these three individuals, do you have a concern, professional concern, about the impact on their well-being, on their emotional well-being as it relates to the job?
Absolutely. I have a concern about the impact on their emotional well-being, their mental, and their physical well-being. Certainly the emotional well-being is being tested each day that they're having encounters, and we watch the video. You know, certainly emotional distress at dealing with situations like that, but just even, I think if anyone in this room imagined having someone following you day in and day out for 6+ months, you can begin to imagine what their experience has been in terms of the emotional anxiety that has a potential to cause. In terms of the mental, when someone is exposed to prolonged stress, it does have an impact on our mental functioning, things like concentration, focusing, memory. And then certainly if people are not sleeping, that has a cumulative effect and, you know, can lead to all kinds of, and potentially lead to all kinds of physical problems.
And what significance do you understand the proximity of the defendant's conduct, proximity to them has in regard to these stressors that they're experiencing?
Well, I think just culturally we have a proximity that we're comfortable with, which is that arm's length. If people are within that arm's length, which Lynn had testified that at times that was the case, that can cause discomfort, it can cause fear. I think also with the proximity, if there are things being said that can be anywhere in that range from being negative to being harassing or taunting, and that's a continuum. Is it merely negative? Is it taunting? Is it harassing? That's a continuum. But if someone is in close proximity saying things along that continuum, that can cause emotional distress. I think where that's, once again, a specific to this situation, is that if someone is in close proximity saying things that are emotionally distressing, that can trigger a fight or flight syndrome. And that's where our nervous system is heightened, and we're ready to respond in some way. In their roles, they had neither option available to them. They could not fight, whether that be verbally responding or even pushing someone away. That was not an option for them, yet fleeing was not an option either. They could be followed. Their job is within a perimeter that was shown on the streets. So fight or flight was not an option for them. They're held captive in this environment with people in close proximity that once again could potentially cause any individual a great deal of distress.
And from your professional point of view, would it be helpful to these three people to have whatever activities the defendants want to engage in be done from a remove, a 30-foot remove or something like that from a professional point of view?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think when someone is in close proximity and you don't know that person, you don't know what they're capable of, it can cause fear in knowing, where is this going? Could this escalate? What is this person capable of? And no way of knowing the answers to that. And therefore, if there is space, then at least they're not, it doesn't trigger that response of the kind of physical fear that would come with that. You know, as we talked about, even at 30 feet or 50 feet, it's still possible to hear what's being said. But I think...
Wait, Your Honor, this is way off the question. I mean, this witness consistently has been arguing the case and not answering. At this point, when she talks about what you can hear or not hear.
We're beyond, I think we're a bit beyond the confines of the question. And now we're...
The question was in the context of proximity, and would it be helpful from a professional point of view?
The last part of the response is tricky.
Last question is this. From your experience, background and training with these folks, are they faking it?
No.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, my name is John Meyer. And were you personally retained by the City of Keene or was your organization?
I was personally, well, it was with the organization, but for me to do that.
And what is the nature of your contract with the city?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean.
You have a contract,
Yes.
your organization has a contract. What does that contract provide for?
It provides for training and support.
Does it provide for medical care?
No.
And what is the terms of compensation?
You mean?
Paid.
Yes, that's at $2.25 an hour.
$225 an hour. And how does that compare to your private EAP rate?
You can't really compare the two. Our private EAP rate is with organizations. For instance, the City of Keene is covered under the New Hampshire Interlocal Trust. That's a per employee per month rate. So the two have no relationship.
There's no charge in terms of per hour consultation?
No. Well, that's how this rate, but if we were to do over and above the EAP contract, then it would be this $225 rate.
Now, you take it charging at your $225 an hour rate for today's testimony? $225.
For the testimony.
And also for the meetings with the attorneys for the city?
Yes.
And how many meetings have you had with them?
One.
And how long was that meeting?
About an hour and a half.
And how long did you meet with the three parking enforcement officers?
For an hour and a half the first meeting and 1 hour after.
So you've met with the parking enforcement officers for a total of 2.5 hours, and you've met with the attorneys for an hour and a half. And what other preparation, if any, have you done that you charged for your testimony today?
None.
Now, are any of the three parking enforcement officers receiving individual counseling?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Do those parking enforcement officers have the option through the City of Keene EAP program to receive individual counseling?
Well, the way that the EAP program would work through the City of Keene is that if they would want individual counseling, they would call, they would get a referral to a counselor using their medical insurance.
So the answer to that question is yes, they are entitled to access to counseling through the EAP program using their health insurance. Is that correct?
To a referral to counseling.
And to your knowledge, none of the three individuals have, in the 9 months covered here, have utilized that option.
To call and ask for a referral, to my knowledge.
None of them have received, to your knowledge, any form or shape of medical treatment for this situation. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know about medical treatment. I haven't asked them that.
You didn't ask them whether they received any medical treatment?
Whether they've been to a doctor, no.
You didn't ask, you don't think that was a pertinent question you would ask them about this?
They didn't indicate to me that what they were experiencing, they had sought help for. That wasn't within the context of our conversations.
Their medical condition and treatment was not within the context of your conversation, is that correct?
In the context of our conversations, they did not indicate that they were having a medical issue.
So you did not perceive them any one of the three of them as having medical issues related to this controversy. Is that correct?
Not at this time. If you mean a medically diagnosable issue, not at this time. Given our conversations, I did not hear anything from them that indicated they had a medically diagnosable issue.
Now, in terms of seeing all three of them together, is that a choice that you made or a choice that the City of Keene made?
That was an agreement that Bill and I made in terms of how best to support them.
And when did you and he make this agreement?
On June 30th.
Now, did these three individuals have a, in your opinion, have a doctor-patient privilege in terms of their communication with you?
And I just want to go back and correct, that was May 30th that we made that.
Do you want me to just repeat the question?
No, I know the answer to the question. In this setting, I was operating as a consultant. So when we sat down to talk, I set up with them that what we talk about is confidential and stays in this room so that you feel safe sharing with me. This was not a HIPAA-regulated agreement.
But I mean, it seems to me that we're dealing with three separate people who would lose confidentiality just from that round alone.
Well, that's why it was agreement between us. It was us sitting down and saying, we're going to meet together as a group. We want this to be effective. And therefore, the three of them agreed that that would be confidential.
Well, confidentiality or no confidentiality, did they understand you would be testifying in this proceeding?
No, that wasn't known at that time.
When were you asked to testify?
About 2 weeks ago.
And when was your most recent meeting with these three individuals?
On June 20th.
Did you disclose to them that you were going to be breaching the confidentiality of your discussions?
Objection, Your Honor. No breach of the confidentiality. There's a release that's been signed.
You said there was a confidentiality agreement. That even though it wasn't a HIPAA agreement, you and the three individuals made a confidentiality agreement.
A verbal agreement.
And I'm asking you, did you receive authorization from them to disclose what you sent them?
Yes.
And was that done, what form was that done?
In a release.
Now, and the release permits you to talk to anybody about their situations?
I would have to look at it.
Now, you said that you were a consultant in this case. Consultant?
Consultant within the city to meet with this group.
So you were essentially serving as a consultant to the city?
Yes.
Did you prepare at any point a report to the city?
Yeah.
Did you maintain notes of your two sessions with the three parking enforcement officers?
Very brief notes.
Do you have those notes?
Yes.
Now, you talked about the continuum from negative to taunting to harassing. Now, when you testify to that, is that based on organizational theory, based upon psychological theory, based upon legal theory? Where does that come from?
That's based on just plain psychological theory, that it would be a case of perception.
Is there any sort of written text on which that's based, or is that your own personal?
That's my own personal assessment.
So just better understand that this personal set of criteria. I take it that when you said negative, taunting, harassing, being sort of the three parts of the spectrum, that negative would be considered least severe and harassing would be considered the most severe?
I'm not sure that I would, once again, this is a case of perception. So in terms of taunting and harassment, if you want to talk about a continuum, negative being at one end, at the other end, at what point is it considered harassment?
Again, I wanted to talk about that continuum. I understood that to be the continuum that he testified to in the direct examination.
Right.
What is your definition of harassment?
Harassment would be some type of behavior that causes a person to experience psychological distress. And that would be to cause a reasonable person to experience psychological distress.
So any type of behavior that would cause a reasonable person to experience emotional distress is, in your mind, harassment?
I think that's a very broad definition. We would have to keep whittling that down.
But how do you whittle that down? That's what I'm not, again, it's not for me to define. I'm asking about your definition.
Right.
How do you whittle down?
There's a little talking over each other. I think you're both doing it. If you just try your best to let Attorney Meyer finish the question. And I'm sure Attorney Meyer will try harder to let you finish your response.
Okay.
So if my restatement, what I thought was your earlier testimony, was overly broad, how would you propose to whittle down the term harassment?
Well, I'm going to object at this point. It's not relevant. We're talking about workplace harassment. You haven't premised the question based on that. If the question is workplace harassment, now we're going to throw my objection, but otherwise it's overly broad.
Overall, there was testimony about from negative to harassing. I think it's a fair cross-examination.
In terms of the harassing, the aspects of it that would cause the personal distress, the psychological distress.
Just my question.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's not responsive. My question was, how do you whittle down the definition?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Mr. Meyer and I know each other pretty well, and I object when he starts to interject when a witness is testifying. Objection.
That's sustained. I think the witness was answering. You can ask a follow-up question. If you think the question is not responsive, you can address that point. But in fairness, the witness always goes in the process and responds. You may proceed.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused at what you're asking. Are you asking me to whittle it down, or what would whittle it down?
Again, this is just where we started on this. And it's an important issue because the city has asked for a preliminary injunction precluding my clients from engaging in harassment. So I'm trying to understand, that's the term used in that injunction. I'm trying to understand here if we have a understood meaning of the concept of harassment in this, and again, in this context. You're obviously someone knowledgeable about it. And I asked you what you meant by harassment, and you said basically, my understanding of your response was any behavior or statements that cause a reasonable person to experience emotional distress is harassment. And then at some point shortly thereafter, you acknowledged that was a somewhat broad definition and that it needed to be whittled down. So my question to you now is, can you, again, we're talking about your understanding of that concept. Can you whittle down the concept of harassment, or do you want to stick with your original definition?
No, I would whittle that down to say someone's behavior that was directed at another person that is directed to them personally with the intent of causing harm, some level of harm.
What if the intent of the behavior is to communicate a political message, but at least from the point of view of a therapist, the behavior causes harm? Is that still harassment?
I guess in that case, I would want to evaluate that intent a little further.
What do you mean?
Well, someone can make a political statement and say, I'm merely making a statement. But when you look at what was the tone of that statement, how was that statement directed at the person? Lynn had talked about using a personal name. There's tone, there's the way that the words are said. It's not just merely a political statement.
We were on the point of intent.
Right.
And you were defining harassment in terms of the intent of causing harm.
Yes.
And I would ask you, what if the intent of the behavior is to promote a political message? Does that still amount to harassment?
Objection, asked and answered.
If the intent was purely to convey a political message with no other intent involved, then the intent was not necessarily to harass the person. But what was the impact of the message within the
And I don't know if you go back this far, but when the American Nazi Party marched in Skokie, Illinois, a suburb of Jewish Holocaust survivors, was that harassment?
Objection, Your Honor, is irrelevant. We're talking about permits, time, place, and manner. We're completely off this case now.
Overrule.
That, I'm not familiar with that situation, but you described a group marching in a public area. That does not sound to me like behavior that was directed at an individual.
How about displaying a Nazi salute to someone who was a survivor of the Holocaust?
I can't comment on that.
You made reference in your testimony to the issue of physical fear. Now, you heard Linda's testimony this morning, is that correct? And you heard her being asked repeatedly about whether or not there was any physical contact or attempted physical contact against her.
Right.
And you heard her testify that the only incident she was aware of was when some other individual, not one of the defendants here, touched her when he was trying to touch her back when he was trying to get at the parking meter. Now, after, would you agree that that demonstrates a pattern of nonviolence?
I don't.
6 months she hasn't been touched except once inadvertently. Is that not a pattern of non-violence?
Well, I guess I would want to know how you define violence.
Non-physical violence. You've talked about an activity that's gone on every day for 6 months, and you have focused on the fact that it occurred every day. And at least from the first attendant, we've had only one instance of inadvertent physical contact, not by one of the defendants here. Now, you were the one that raised the issue of physical violence and fear in your testimony. And I'm asking you now whether and you haven't claimed that either of the other parking attendants expressed to you any incident. I think you actually did say one scenario, which that a little later. But in terms of at least first the testimony of the officer you heard this morning, does that not demonstrate a pattern of non-violence on the part of the demonstrators, non-physical violence?
It demonstrates that to this point, they have not exercised physical violence.
If you, clearly, isn't it true that over the course of 6 months, more than 6 months, a pattern has been demonstrated? And wasn't that intrinsic in your earlier testimony?
What do you mean, wasn't that intrinsic?
Yes, so you seem that your testimony seems to be premised upon the fact that the same thing is occurring every day over the same period of time.
Right.
And given the fact that every single day it's occurred without any sign or aspect of violence, actual or intended, at least with respect to the one parking enforcement officer who has testimony, at that point, would any expectation of physical violence, which is qualitatively different from past experience, be unreasonable?
Physical violence from one of the defendants, I can't really speak for them and say, no, they have no fear, or that would demonstrate for them a lack or a pattern of nonviolence. Yes, there has been no violence in that period of time. There have been situations created that have become violent.
But not directed against them.
No, but they're in the vicinity. They're in the mix.
Wouldn't you agree that based upon the history of this scenario, there's no reasonable expectation on the part of at least the one part of the defendant who has testified of being the victim or subject to physical violence?
At this point in time, given what the defendants, what they have told me that they have demonstrated, that I would not think that they would expect one of the 6 of them to be violent toward them directly.
Have you ever, in terms of your organizational work or your EAP work, worked with police officers?
Yes.
And do police officers routinely experience stress in context of their work?
Yes, they do.
And have you worked with them just in the EAP context or also in the organization?
Just the EAP.
And that's in the context of individual capacity?
Yes.
And in terms of your police officer clients who are providing medical treatment, counseling treatment, what types of steps do you recommend that they address, that they deal with, that they do to address the stress?
That is really, it depends on case to case. I can't say there's a protocol that you advise to policemen who are under stress. There's a big difference between someone who's involved in a lethal encounter versus, you know, someone who's in some other type of situation. Someone who's abusing alcohol and they need treatment. You know, there's a lot of different situations. It's not a one-size-fits-all.
So there's no standard protocol you have for dealing with stress?
What kind of stress are you referring to?
Of a police officer in terms of the work-related stress.
And that's where you're saying, so there's not one standard procedure. No, because there's not one standard stress.
Now, you testified that you were retained to give guidance to these 3 individuals. Is that fair? That's not what you said, but is that accurate?
These 3 within the group context.
So what did you recommend they do within the group context?
I recommended, as I said, we discussed the 3 of them individually, just different ways that they had of coping, reinforcing that, talking about just some stress relieving techniques that they could do, some cognitive reframing when they're out on the streets, that if they do not have control over the situation, like I said, they can't fight, they can't flee. The one thing they have control over is their own internal response. So some cognitive type of kind of reframing that they could do around the situation to control their own response to the situation. I also reminded them that the EAP was available to them.
And have you received any feedback from them as to whether these insights were helpful or not?
No, not in those cases.
In the most recent time you met with them this evening?
Yes, June 20th.
Now, you talked about the fight or flight scenario, and lack of control, and so on and so forth. Isn't the inability to engage in either fight or flight characteristic of almost any public employee in their work?
No.
Well, a police officer,
when
provoked, cannot engage in fight or flight, correct? Now, a town manager, when provoked, cannot engage in fight or flight, correct?
Correct. A town manager might have a little more control over the environment that they're not talking about the entire time.
Well, isn't it true that generally it's inappropriate for any public employee to engage in fight as a response to pressures from outside individuals.
Objection. Irrelevance. And now we're talking about these three individuals and her interactions with those three individuals.
Response? Yeah, Your Honor, this witness said that the issues with the parking attendants were essentially unusual here in their severity because of the fact that they couldn't respond by either, or at least one of them couldn't respond by either fighting or flighting, not flighting. By either fight or flight. I think that was specifically a reference to the male officer. And I guess the question I'm really raising is his situation unique, or isn't it really more representative of public employment in general?
Okay, and let me clarify here what is unique about this situation. As you said, any public official could encounter a situation of someone approaching them, something that is very uncomfortable for them. As we've established, they cannot say things verbally back in a fighting kind of manner, and they can't walk away and ignore the person. So in that case, yes, but those are generally one-off situations. It's an incident here, an incident there. A police officer has power in a situation. If it goes over a line that the police officer feels is appropriate, they can arrest the person, or they can get in their cruiser and drive away. But for these individuals, this was going on constantly. It's the persistence of it, of being in these situations, is the cumulative stress, is what causes the problem.
Isn't it true that a police officer can only arrest because of a violation of the law, not because just out of provocation?
Right, and that's why I said if a behavior rose to a level that they felt was in violation of the law, they had that power.
Okay. Isn't it equally true that these three individuals, if they confront a situation where a law was violated, they also had the right to contact the police officer and have the individual arrested, correct?
Well, at one point they did call for help. The other thing is they may not have the same knowledge of the laws that the police officer has.
Well, there's nothing that prevents the city from training them about their legal rights, correct?
You would have to consult with the city.
But speaking more broadly, isn't it true that any public employee needs to demonstrate self-restraint? That's an important characteristic, and that's true here as well as in many situations.
Yes.
And that sometimes you have to deal with people who are frustrating, aggravating, irritating, obnoxious, and you have to deal with them day after day after day, but that's part of the job, isn't that true?
When you said sometimes they have to deal with it, if they had to deal with a person day after day after day after day, then there would be some conflict that would need to be resolved. In this case, we're here. I think the point that I'm getting at is that for most public officials, yes, I would say most public officials at one time or another have irritating situations, and in certain departments might be more frequent than others.
But isn't it true that in many ways it's easier to deal with it if you have to deal with it every day than occasionally? Because over time, you develop, isn't it true, over time, you develop skills, capabilities, and training and other techniques for dealing with a situation whereas if it occurs on an occasional, shocking basis, you may not have the resources or the experience or the training to deal with it as well.
In this situation, which is different from what I think you're describing, it has become very personal, number one. And number two, I don't think the persistence of this could be compared to what any other city official is experiencing or has experienced.
Don't you have council employees, public employees that face stress and
Not this, I have not seen in my years of experience this kind of persistence.
Thank you.
Mr. Eyre?
Afternoon. Yeah, most of the questions I was going to ask were already covered. Mr. Myers, my only questions that I have, you mentioned perception a number of times. Would you admit that perception is subjective to the individual?
Yes.
As opposed to something objective, for example, if I were to walk out on the street and shoot somebody for no reason, that would be clearly I initiated force, correct? So in this instance, the subjective perceptions of feelings of anger, frustration, anxiety were those individuals alone. It wasn't necessarily, it was their interpretation of the situation, correct?
Right, but I think a question that you have to ask here is, would a reasonable person feel or perceive distress in this situation?
Would you admit that most people, no matter what career industry they're in or lack thereof, experience frustration and anxiety at times?
At times.
And would you admit that individuals do not have a right to a job?
So you're saying individuals do not have a right to a job? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You think that an individual simply who is existing, who lives and breathes, do they have a right to a job?
I don't believe it's a legislated right.
Does somebody have an obligation to employ them in some capacity?
No one has an obligation.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you. Ron, can we just approach the bench and
Yes.
can you come over here?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. John?
Mr. Eyre, if you want to come.
You're gonna have to move them. I have to have a clear shot through here.
Now we can take this one. Okay, and then we'll put it back to the standard. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, so help me God.
Please be seated. State your name for the record and spell your last name.
Alan Givitz, G-I-V-E-T-Z.
And Mr. Gibbs, just we understand that you're going to be testifying primarily with regard to Mr. Eyre. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And then you'll be recalled later on for further testimony.
Absolutely, and to state for the record that this is in recognition of the fact that Mr. Eyre indicated he may not be available. We're not going to conclude the proceeding today, give him an opportunity to understand some of the specific testimony in regards to him.
Thank you. Just for the record, though, before you get started, just background and experience. Educational background?
High school diploma, some college, some military training, law enforcement training.
Okay. And your employment status with the City of Keene, from when to when?
It was from, I believe, September of 2012 till mid-July, I believe, sometime around there.
Okay. And so you're no longer working for the City of Keene?
No, sir.
And succinctly, because we're going to talk about Pete Eyre, but succinctly, what was the significant force or factor that caused you not to work for the City of Keene anymore?
Just a hostile work environment. I wasn't able to express myself. I wasn't able to defend myself. Whether verbally, I wasn't able to leave the situation because I couldn't leave. My office was downtown. I had nowhere to go but downtown.
So are you saying that due to the conduct by the defendants was a significant factor in your leaving the City of Keene employment?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Mr. Eyre.
Yes, sir.
Would you describe what conduct Mr. Eyre participated in with you while trying to do your job?
Is it Eyre? I just want to be respectful.
Yeah.
Mr. Eyre was more sort of behind the scenes. He wasn't right there next to me. I could see him, witness him in Central Square on one occasion when I would walk by or drive by, pull out his radio, and I would find it odd that as soon as I would walk by him with his radio, that one of the defendants would show up. There was also another occasion when I couldn't figure out why I kept getting followed on Lower Main Street when I would get in my vehicle and drive away, and then 20 minutes later go down to Lower Main Street, and then all of a sudden being followed again until I saw Mr. Eyre at the bench by the roundabout in front of the post office, again talking on his radio, and shortly thereafter I'm being followed. There was also the last incident that I can remember was when I walked past Subway heading south on Main Street. Mr. Eyre came out, and I'm not sure where he was headed. I think it was just a coincidence at that point, to be honest with you, but he decided to follow me up Main Street, trying to engage me in conversation, asking me questions, and also taking pictures of me at that point. I declined to answer any questions, and at that point, after taking his photographs, he left.
What types of questions or comments was he making to you?
Primarily if the individuals, the defendants were being out there, were boosting our morale by giving us something to do.
Was that in a sarcastic tone?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I honestly didn't have many speaking occasions with Mr. Eyre.
And I'm sorry, on those 3 occasions that you just described, can you give us a time frame on Mr. Eyre's participation?
I believe they were both in, or all 3 were in the afternoon, early afternoon, late afternoon.
And I'm talking in terms of months.
I have no idea.
Or time frames.
I don't believe there was snow on the ground, if that helps. I believe I remember him being in at least short sleeves and maybe shorts.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, from your vantage point, from your perspective, was Mr. Eyre part of this group of that the defendants label themselves?
Only from seeing him with those defendants at times in Central Square and out and about, and seeing certain videos and stuff on YouTube and whatnot.
Okay, let's break that down. Who have you seen Mr. Eyre with of the other 5 named defendants?
I've seen him with Mr. Freeman. I've seen him with Mr. Colson at times. I've also seen him with Mr. Ian that I can remember specifically.
Okay. And What is this document that I'm showing you? Card.
This is a card that they would leave on car windows. It basically has a picture of, I believe it's Disney's Robin Hood on the front. And on the back, do you want me to read it?
Sure.
I mean, it says, your meter expired, however, we saved you from the King's Tariff, Robin Hood, and the Merry Men. It goes on to say, please consider paying it forward or sending a donation to Keene Activity Center, 75 Leverett Street, Keene, New Hampshire, 03431. And it continues, for more information, visit robinhood.freekeene.com, keenecopblock.org, or shiresociety.com.
And what affiliation are you aware of that Mr. Eyre has with Copblock?
I believe, just from things on the internet and reading statements from him on the internet, he heads up Keene Copblock.
And so where does this card where is this card found on occasion? Under car windows?
Under car windshield wipers.
I'm going to move this as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
We're going to read about that. And then lastly, with regard to this limited window of testimony, what impediments, what impairments, what emotional problems have you experienced as it relates to Mr. Here?
The only emotional problems was the fact that when I saw him on his radio, which is a pretty predominant radio, had one of those big antennas, I felt like, okay, somebody's coming to follow me, somebody or some group, and 9 times out of 10 that would happen. So.
Thank you. Lastly, I guess you heard Ms. Kimball testify, and you were part of that group session, were you?
Yes, sir.
I'll reserve all other questions.
Am I anything on this? No. Sure, anything for this witness? Again, on this limited topic area.
We gave a few examples. Mr. Bowers inquired of you of our interactions, and one of them you noted was outside the post office, correct? Mm-hmm. And can you give a little overview of how that interaction went down, please?
Honestly, it was pleasant. We both waved to each other.
Did you say anything to me, or did I say anything to you?
I honestly don't remember. I don't think you said anything to me, and I can't recall if I said anything to you.
Would you think it would be, do you remember yelling, "Here I am," out the window as you drove south on Main
Actually,
Street?
yes, I did say that. Thank you.
Would it be surprising to you to learn that I wasn't aware of your presence, that I may not have been aware of your presence until that in fact happened?
It would be, sir, because those transits kind of stick out like a sore thumb.
You mentioned another example when I was on the radio in Central Square. I don't remember that specific incident, but it could have happened. I have a radio and I talked to my friends. But the third and final example you mentioned was, I believe you stated that the interaction began outside the subway. Is that correct?
I believe that's where you started following me from, yes.
Were we on foot or bicycle?
We were on foot. I believe your vehicle was parked somewhere around there.
Okay, and where did the conversation we had happen?
I believe you tried to ask me some questions. Was it right by Roxbury Street, waiting across, and I respectfully declined, and you respected my wishes and walked away.
Right, and you responded to Mr. Bowers about my demeanor at the time, but was it done out of in a demeaning tone?
I don't believe it was, but having limited interactions with you, I can't fully say.
Would you say somebody is, I mean, I'm not even going to say what my friends are accused of as an offense, but would you say another person is guilty by association of somebody else's actions?
I'm going to object to call for legal conclusion with regard to the call.
So you haven't thus stated that you and I have had necessarily hostile conversations or that I've threatened you in any way?
No, I have not.
If you saw me on the street, would you be surprised if I said hi and that was the extent of our conversation?
I would not. Also, I'd like to add though that a lot of times when people say hi, they're trying to get you to interact with them, to see how you're going to interact and to see how you will react to their hi, whether it's ignoring you or saying something or not.
So going back to the conversation that you stated happened around Main Street, Roxbury, to the best of your recollection, it was a question of how's your job morale based on the Robin Hooding that's happening, and you responded that you would prefer not to engage with me in a conversation, and I said, okay, I respect your opinion. Is that roughly how you remember the situation?
Yes, I believe I stated that earlier.
Okay.
Nothing further than that.
Okay, you can sit down, sir. Mr. Eyre, I take it you would like to testify?
Sure.
You would just take a stand. You just raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the case and nothing but perjury?
I always tell the truth. So
Are you willing to do so under oath?
I always act as if I'm under oath. So I will tell the truth today to the best of my knowledge. The truth.
Do you swear the testimony you give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
It will be the truth. Yes.
Do you swear the testimony will be the truth?
It will be the truth. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can be seated. If you can state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Pete Eyre. Last name is E-Y-R-E.
And again, since you're representing yourself, if you want to respond factually, again, this is not a time for legal argument that's going to be done at the conclusion of this proceeding. But if you want to address any of the factual allegations against you, please go ahead and do so.
All right. I was, as y'all know, one of the 6 people included in this preliminary injunction. I was a bit surprised by it, seeing as I don't choose to allocate my time to Robin Hooding. It's not that I'm opposed to it. I think it's a peaceful action, and it's a free speech issue. And just as if somebody takes issue with a police employee who might be kidnapping and caging someone for victimless action, I see the Robin Hooders as a peaceful way to just, express their dissent or maybe the preference for a better alternative than how property enforcement is currently structured. I don't believe I've ever heard any of my friends named in this preliminary injunction say we have to get this person or that person, just as it's. So I want to make that clear. It's not a personal thing against anybody, whether it was any of you 3 individuals or anybody else in those positions. I think, like, if these individuals, co-defendants of mine, think that it's an effective tactic and it's a peaceful tactic, no one's yet testified that there's been any initiation of force upon them, any physical force and things like that. Admittedly, people have expressed stress and frustration, which I understand. If I was in your situation, maybe I would as well, but that's not tantamount to a criminal activity, and thus to try to pursue the restraining of someone's free speech and their rights is ludicrous, in my opinion. So to go back, I was surprised to learn that I was named as preliminary injunction. Alan mentioned, he noted the term in the background, and maybe that's the perception, but I can't control what other people's perceptions are of my activities. It's just that's just what's up. I mean, on the affidavit, there's 3 parking enforcement officers, and only one of whom named me in this preliminary injunction, and the statements made about the rationale for my involvement involved me using a radio a couple times to indicate to my friends the whereabouts, and asking a question that was declined to have a conversation, which I respected. So, to try to say that my location and proximity to any public employee when they're operating on money that's taken from other folks is
it's ridiculous. You know, it's why I call this legal land, because I shouldn't have to waste hours of my time and to come here and try to justify myself and to clear my name, because, you know, there wasn't ever any attempt made by anybody to approach me and say, hey Pete, we prefer if you don't do this, and it's kind of getting to us or anything. It was just, next thing I know, I'm told to show up at legal land. So I don't really understand why I'm here. There's been no objective evidence of pointing to my involvement with Robin Hood, you know, as a, and you know, I believe someone, Alan, I believe, maybe it was Mr. Bauer, sorry, mentioned, you know, how we self-define or whatever, but I mean, that's a collective term. I don't self-define it as a Robin Hood, and I take, you know, I take an objection to that you know, you, sir, would place anybody, you know, you would categorize anybody like that, not view people's actions as their own, and not ascribe their actions to somebody else. Individuals are responsible for their actions. So that's all I'd say. Again, I mean, if you can point to a victim or someone I harmed, please do it, and I'll try to make it right, but I know I didn't do anything wrong.
Cross-examination.
I call you Peter. Peter, what's your educational background?
In terms of, can you specify?
Where'd you go to high school?
I mean, well, education, I hope, is, I'm 33 now, so hopefully 33 years of education. I'm try to learn every day. That's what it's about.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to high school in Minnesota.
Minnesota? Graduate?
Sure.
Good. Have any college?
Yep.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to undergrad in Minnesota, went to grad school in Illinois.
Okay. University of Minnesota, or what?
I started there. I went to Mankato State University in Mankato.
Okay. And you said some master's work or a degree?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did 2 years of a master's law enforcement and justice administration at Western Illinois University.
And you have a degree?
Well, I did all the coursework, but I didn't. It's a long story, but it's a story with the thesis board. The thesis was proposed and sent out and returned and submitted in a time frame, but the thesis committee, the chair had some time schedule issues, and after jumping through some hoops a number of years later to you know, bring my thesis to a satisfactory conclusion, there were still time issues on his end, and eventually I just said it's not worth. I know I did the work, and I'm not going to continue to allocate my scarce time to try to justify to this guy, so I just, you know, proceeded to move on. So to answer your question, I've done all the work necessary for that, yes.
For a criminal justice degree in a master's.
That's correct. Law enforcement and justice administration.
Have you ever worked as a law enforcement officer?
I haven't gotten paid to work in law enforcement. I've done an internship with St. Paul Police, and I've done, you know, other related things.
Have you had bad experience in law enforcement?
I haven't. I've had negative experiences with some individuals who work as police employees.
In New Hampshire?
Yes.
What is this cop block? What is cop block all about?
Cop block's a decentralized project. People who advocate for police accountability, who believe badges don't grant extra rights.
Are you? What is your affiliation with cop block?
I'm just one of the many people involved with the decentralized project. It's more of an idea than an organization, if that makes sense.
So you were, who set up this KeeneCopBlock.org?
I set it up. Well, yeah, I set it up.
Okay. You maintain that that website?
I post content. I'm one of the content contributors there.
How long has it been going on? Approximately.
A year maybe. Who knows?
And is this supportive of law enforcement? That is KeeneCopBlock.org. Is it supportive of law enforcement or anti-law enforcement? How do you?
Well, again, I'm just one individual involved with Cop Block. It's decentralized, so I'm only speaking for myself here, not anybody else. I personally support people who prefer peaceful coexistence, peaceful interactions, and you know, I recognize there's. So to answer your question, no, I'm not anti-law enforcement. I'm pro accountability and responsibility, and I see that issues that are all too often surrounding police employees of double standards are brought about by the perverse incentives that are built into that institution, which is based on violence. It says this group of people has a right to steal from this other group of people to protect them. So once that double standard is established, people might harken back to the peace officer of yesteryear, but once you allow for that double standard, it grows into what we have today, which is more of a police state. And so my goal is to reach out to current police employees. There's a Welcome Leos page at copblock.org to reach out to current police employees and say, hey, if you're a good police employee and people would volunteer and you're providing a good service and you prefer not to work with heavy-handed colleagues or corrupt people, then people would voluntarily hire you to provide that service because there is a demand for safety and security. So at the same time, while trying to reach out to current police employees, I hope to share ideas with other people to help empower them so that they know their rights and they know that somebody just doesn't have the right to control them based on their title. I don't believe in arbitrary authority, I believe in earned authority. And so I'm just trying to share ideas, that's what I try to do.
Do you respect the law and the jobs that the 3 parking enforcement officers are tasked to do on a daily basis? Are you you support that, or are you against that concept?
I mean, you're getting at a deeper question. Ultimately, I think it's a property rights issue, and if the businesses on Main Street, for example, they have an incentive, obviously, to not have the parking spots filled out by derelict cars left there, abandoned for weeks. They have an incentive to have timely turnover, so customers can get in their stores and to handle situations, keep the street clean and stuff like that. I would think that's a property rights issue and that could better be addressed, not from an institution that claims a coercive monopoly that says we have the sole ability to provide this good or service, but through competition. So yes, I would think there's a need for this type of services that these 3 individuals use. I would just think that they could be provided more efficiently and through other mechanisms.
So you're supportive of the parking enforcement officers doing their jobs on a daily basis then?
Well, I respect them as individuals, but I prefer that any person, there's a number of other people in this room who have badges on or sitting to my left who are, at the end of the day, their salaries paid for by money taken from other people, and I don't think that's that's not conducive to a free society. I think that law, for example, the idea of a rule of law is false because it says that some people have the authority to write a text on paper and then to interpret it. So the incentive is for them to protect their own, to conflate legislation as law, to say more actions that were once legal are illegal. Those are the built-in incentives. So again, to answer your question, there would be a demand for people to have a safe, clear streets, but the question is how could it be better provided?
Well, do you agree with this sentiment? Quote, it would be nice to shut down parking enforcement. People who own businesses downtown instead of city government should own the parking spaces. Do you agree with that? Can we read it again? Can we read it again?
Sure.
It would be nice to shut down parking enforcement. Do you agree with that concept?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I don't agree with, so shutting down, that to me, evokes like someone flipping a switch or from the top down saying you're shut down or this agency is no more. I prefer to work from the bottom up, sharing ideas, so I think these institutions are built on people's, the authority they grant them, and so it would be eroded one mind at a time, as it were.
You know that Mr. Freeman espouses that kind of a concept, don't you? You know that Mr. Freeman has said it would be nice to shut down parking enforcement. You've heard him say words to that effect, haven't you?
I don't want to speak, I don't want to answer the affirmative if I haven't, I don't specifically recall an instance where he said that in my presence.
But you've heard him say that in not so many words, or in as many words, haven't you?
I've heard him,
One second, there's an objection. Very much.
objection relevance? First of all, I don't understand why this witness remains the party in this case. There's no evidence of any involvement in his part, but again, that's ultimately an issue that the city's going to have to decide whether to withdraw or to hold him under that. But even assuming at this point that he's part of the party, technically he clearly is, I don't understand how any differences between his ideology and that of another defendant here has any bearing whatsoever on establishing any of the elements of the claim that the City of Keene needs to establish against him.
If that was an offer for a different purpose, then you can respond to that.
Well, it's very relevant both to the concept of tortious interference with employment relationships as well as the conspiracy theory.
The objections of the rule.
So, Mr. Peter, you would like to see the city parking enforcement shut down in some manner over a period of years or time, wouldn't you?
I mean, I'd ask you to define what the City of Keene is.
Excuse me?
I said I'd ask you to define what the City of Keene is. I've heard that reference a number of times, and I don't know what the City of Keene is.
Well, I mean, the City of Keene is a political body of government, isn't it? That employs people to work for the social good of the rest of the citizens and out-of-staters.
Would you say what's been going on has been for the social good of the community? I mean, I would ask you, can you point to a contract?
This is not a dialogue back and forth. This is not a question where you both pose questions. If you have an objection to the specific question that's posed, we can deal with it. But if you don't understand a question, you can ask for it to be clarified. But this is not a time for you to ask questions of the
So, would you answer my question?
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer that question based on the responses you're looking for, because I don't believe that the City of Keene has any legitimacy upon which your question is based.
Okay, let's assume that the City of Keene has the lawful authority to regulate parking and safety. Can we assume that just for the sake of this discussion? You don't have to agree with it. Can we assume it?
I don't want to allow myself to be pigeonholed into a paradigm that I don't think makes sense. I don't want to believe an institution based on violence should exist, and I don't want to perpetuate it by buying into it.
Okay, let's try this. These three folks right here, you know Lynn and Jane and Alan, don't you?
I mean, I've had a conversation with Alan that was expressed. Lynn and Jane, I honestly, up to a few weeks ago, I didn't know who Linda and who Jane were. I knew the names, but I have not interacted with them to the extent that I was on a personal basis and that I would be able to recognize them and call them out by name. So.
You know they work for the City of Keene, right?
Sure.
And you know that their jobs are to read meters, chalk tires, and basically enforce the parking laws and regulations in the City of Keene. You know that, don't you, Peter?
Well, I also know their job is supposed to...
Answer my question first, and then you can throw in whatever you want. You know that, don't you?
I know their job is also entail providing, aiding the public, and that's not happened. I know things like that haven't been done, so I wouldn't give you an affirmative to the question you're asking, as you see.
And this concept about shutting down parking enforcement, that's something that you agree with, isn't it?
Not necessarily. I mean, again, I'm not. The question you're asking doesn't allow me to answer with my own thought on the issue on the larger question.
Well, let's do the specific question. You would agree and you would espouse to shut down parking enforcement, wouldn't you? Your Honor, I'm so tired of asking it too, John, but I got to get an answer.
Objection. First of all, it was asked and answered, and the witness answered the question directly. But I have a second objection, Your Honor, which is it's this type of ideological interrogation which
under the First Amendment, the courts are not supposed to be getting into. I mean, the issue here is not what this gentleman's ideas are. I mean, the laws don't vary, if you believe in the laws, don't vary depending on the ideology.
I agree with that the issue of what people's ideas or beliefs are is not the issue before the court. The issue before the court really is and specifically, AKA Attorney Bowers is going there to try to establish some link in the conspiracy allegation or some allegation along those lines. I understand your point. I do not mean this to turn this into a discussion about or a debate about what people's individual political beliefs are. That is not what I intend from this hearing.
Nor I, Your Honor. I'm here on an employment issue that has something to do with overlapping issues of rights. So back to you, Mr. Meyer. I'm sorry, Mr. Eyre. With regard to my questions, it would be nice to shut down parking enforcement. People who own businesses downtown, instead of the city government, should own those parking spaces. Agree?
I agree. That's the text on that paper. I don't know what else I'm agreeing to.
Is that part of why your business, your organization, is part of this card, which has been marked as Exhibit 4?
I can't. Again, it's definitely not a business, and I'm speaking for myself, not an organization. And as for this particular quote that you referenced, again, it's part of a larger question. I mean, I would say, yes, like property owners should have the say on how the property gets used, and that would create the proper incentives for them to employ people who provide this service that the parking enforcement officers are doing now.
Well, don't you recognize that the city streets are not private property, they are public property?
Yeah, hence my constant harkening back to this is part of a bigger question.
Mm-hmm. And the bigger question is the social compact, isn't it? That we all live together in an organized society, and we give up some rights in order for everybody to benefit the whole. Isn't that, you agree with that, don't you?
I've not signed that contract. Can you show it to me?
So let's get back to KeeneCopBlock.org. That's your website, isn't it?
It's, again, CopBlock's decentralized. There's over 140 groups, CopBlock, Peaceful Streets, listed at CopBlock.org. They're all decentralized. Everybody's responsible for their actions. If I go out and do something wrong, it doesn't mean everybody else involved is wrong. And again, Keene CopBlocks is one of many groups of a lot of people who advocate the simple fact that nobody has extra rights. We're all people, and you know, I mean, to get to the larger question, you know, you here yourself are being paid for by money stolen from Keene taxpayers, and so, I mean, that's how I view the situation. And so to say let's shut it down, you know, what I'm trying to do is be involved with a peaceful evolution where people
evolution
are
or revolution? Yes. Evolution.
An evolution. Okay. It's peaceful. Yeah. It's about ideas, because ideas have consequences. Right now, bad ideas are allowing these violent institutions to exist, to perpetuate, to cage millions of people who haven't caused any victim. You know, and if you know, what would happen if I don't come here today? Some men with guns would potentially come after me at some point, and that's that violent institution at work, and I don't want to support that.
I'm going to shift gears for a second. I'm going to come back to what we were talking about. I want to ask you, what do you do for work?
Can you clarify about that? What you mean by that?
How are you employed?
What does employed mean?
How do you obtain money for wages?
I mean, if people think I create value, they might, you know, I have no W-2 job, if that's what you're asking.
You pay taxes?
I try to live simply, and that's what I do.
You pay taxes?
I don't want to fund a violent organization.
Why don't you answer my question?
I just answered your question, so
you pay taxes.
Your Honor, okay, I think I do have a little concern here. We're getting into an area that Mr. Eyre is here without counsel, and I'm a little concerned about his Fifth Amendment rights, quite frankly.
Well, I'll withdraw that. I'm trying to establish, don't you believe here that these three folks who are employees have the right to work without being subjected to a harassing, hostile work environment? Can you and I agree at least on that?
Not necessarily. I would say, I'm involved with cop block because I see police employees as the teeth of this bad idea of the state.
We're talking about these people.
Right, I'm trying to draw an analogy, a parallel between police employees who, if I see somebody out there, I know if I were stopped, I'd want someone to come and be there to create an objective record through a video camera, just as I would try to do that for them. And, and a similar example to a lesser, so I wouldn't say a police employee has any right not to be frustrated or whatever term you just noted. And similarly, these three individuals, I'm not, again, it's not a personal thing. It's they're working for this institution that has all these misallocations and
Are you done?
Sure.
With regard to this card, there's no doubt that you are copblock.org, aren't you? I mean, you talked about it, there's a lot of people, but that is your organization, isn't it?
No, that's not correct.
Website,
no, that's not correct.
That's not your website?
I am not copblock.org. I am at keencopblock.org. That's not correct.
Did you put the website up?
I put Keene Cop Block up.
Okay. So how does, what arrangements have you made with Ian or Graham or the other defendants in terms of putting your name on this card?
I don't know. It ended up on the card. I wasn't involved with the creation of the card.
Did you say, yeah, that's what, you've seen this card before, haven't you? You've seen this card before, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. You've never raised any objection to you being affiliated with the activities that have been undertaken in which this card is used. You haven't objected, have you, to anybody?
Right. Again, Cop Block's decentralized, and
answer my question first.
I raised objection.
Have you raised objections with any of the defendants about being associated with this card?
With what being associated?
With your KeeneCopBlock.org.
It's not my organization, sir.
So you have a radio. Have you called Garrett on your radio?
Probably.
Have you called Mr. Freeman on your radio?
Probably.
Have you called Mr. Carlson on your radio?
It's Colson.
Colson, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure I've probably talked to the other 5 folks lumped together collectively as Robin Hood on my radio at some point. Not necessarily related to Robin Hood activities, but just to say, hey, what's going on, or hey, I'm over here. I mean, nothing criminal.
And you've also talked on your radio to the 5 other defendants somewhere along the line about where the parking enforcement officers are too, and asked.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
Or I would say no. I know I haven't talked to each of them individually about the locations of the parking enforcement officers.
Haven't they called you and asked where they are? Have you seen any?
No.
And you've not called any of the other folks, other defendants, and told them where the parking enforcement officers are?
Maybe I misspoke or you misheard me. I said I have not called them all in totality about the locations of these individuals.
I'm sorry, I didn't parse that out as you did. You haven't called all 5 of them at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I haven't called each of them individually either. But I haven't. If you're trying to get at my use of the radio, the incident that Alan had brought up about me sitting outside the post office, for example, I was out on a walk and decided to sit on a bench and get some sun as I read a book, and then I heard someone yell, and I tried to figure out what was going on, and I see someone waving. Here I am out the window, and I see Alan drive around the circle. So I say, "Hey, Alan's on South Main by the post office." That's the extent of that. I don't go out and looking for the parking enforcement employees to learn to ascertain the locations and to transmit that on. No.
But you have on occasion, haven't you? On occasion.
I have admitted to that, have I not?
I really can't understand whether you've admitted to it or not.
Maybe you should listen, sir.
Okay, well, there's a lot of discussion going on.
Okay, let's keep it to question and answers.
So my next question is this. Have Do you have any of these cards at Exhibit 4?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever had any in your pocket or under possession?
Potentially.
Potentially. And have you potentially placed them on vehicles?
No, I never have.
Have you handed them out?
No.
Is there anything with regard to activities against the parking enforcement officers on your website?
No. Again, which website? It's not my website, sir. It's Cowboys Centralized.
Yeah, I said on the website.
There's a Robin Hood page at Keene Cop Block.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you say that you really haven't been participating too much? You would agree then, wouldn't you, to stay 30 feet back from each of these people and not engage in any touching or taunting or obstructing or detaining or hindering or impeding or blocking them or intimidating them in any way while they do their jobs? If you had not engaged in those activities, as you say, then you wouldn't have any objection to staying 30 feet back, would you?
Objection to all of this.
Okay, I'm going to piece out your question. I would not, and I have not, and I don't foresee myself in the future engaging in an action that detains somebody. Because to me, if it's an initiatory force, I would not do that to anybody. If I see somebody, for example, out on the street beating up some people, I might try to detain them and say, you know, defuse the situation, yes. So I'm not going to come to some absolute statement with you, but as to the first part of your question, is it an issue for me to stay 30 feet from these individuals? I would most definitely not be willing to accept that, because that would, you know, why would I want to? I'm not harming anybody by being in the proximity. I'm not victimizing anybody. I will definitely not set that precedent and be complacent with the claimed right usurpations that Thomas Mullins and the rest of y'all are trying to do.
So you would agree then not to be within 30 feet of the 3 PEOs and taunt them?
Sir, I don't.
Listen to my question. Let's just take it one step at a time. You would agree not to taunt them within 30 feet, wouldn't you?
No. It's my free speech right if I want to. It depends what your definition of taunt is as well. But again, my purpose is not to cause anybody. I don't go out with a goal in mind to cause someone frustration or stress. But if I see someone wronging another, then yes, I will call them out. And if that call makes a certain police employee frustrated or they consider that subjectively to be a taunt, then so be it. But I'm going to speak my mind, because I feel like if you don't, then if that's allowed to get away from it, it becomes difficult to do so in the future when those rights claims are made even more so.
I have no questions. I do have. I'm sure I have a couple questions. I just want to make sure that I understand your position factually on some of the allegations, because you've said a couple times in hearings that you feel that obviously you take issue with because you said this several times with the action overall, but you feel in particular to involve you is not correct, because you've had no involvement in the activities that are complained of. If you could just elaborate as to why you feel that you in particular should not have been named in this action.
I think it's pretty clear. There's 3 individuals, park enforcement officers, who stated 5 to 6 people, and only one of the 3, Alan, who just testified, noted myself, and the overview of the interactions we've had, the number and the type have definitely not equated to me being in the wrong for anything. None of these folks have done anything wrong. But none of these folks, to my knowledge, obviously I haven't been around all of them while they're out doing whatever. I can't speak to everything they do, but to my knowledge, no one's caused anything that I would say is a criminal action. Therefore, there's no claim that anybody can make to say you have to make me whole because you harmed me. And that's most certainly myself. I don't, I'm online, I'm doing other things, and then I get all this paperwork saying I have to show up, and for what? It's guilt by, it's ridiculous.
And the reason I don't go in there is because one of the very first things she said when you took the stand this afternoon was that you chose not to be involved in the activities of the Robin Hooders. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood. Was that in fact your testimony?
I support them. I just prefer to allocate my time to other activities.
So to the extent they've been involved in, for lack of a better term, Robin Hooding, you haven't, other than the occasion that you talked about and perhaps some contact with some of the others regarding location, you deny any involvement in Robin Hooding activity?
Yeah, I think that's a factual statement. There's been no other testimony or objective evidence pointed to demonstrate otherwise.
And I was just asking you whether you specifically deny any direct involvement in their activities.
Sure. The extent of my involvement has been, I'm happy to state, and I have stated, and it's come to, come out here today. So that's the extent of my involvement.
Any further questions from either counsel? Anything further that you want to say of a factual matter, Mr. Eyre?
I just encourage the people who work for the city that are involved in this to think about, this, obviously the motions are set in gear, but just in the future, I hope you would speak out when you see a lot of ridiculous things happening, about allocation of funds and mischaracterizations of people and things like that. We're all humans, and we want to look out for each other. We don't want to create these divisions perpetuated by claims of authority and things.
You step down. I think it's now 4:45. I think practically, even if we were to try to resume, given it's pretty clear that we wouldn't even complete his direct examination, further direct examination. What I'm really looking for now is a sense from counsel of how much additional time is this another full day?
Well, I can't speak to the case presented by the city.
Yes.
But I'm anticipating on the defense case, for at least planning purposes, that we are going to have all 5 defendants who are going to testify. Now, first of all, their testimony, directed testimony, I expect to be considerably more extensive than the last witness, because of the much greater involvement in the development program. But more importantly, if we continue with this discourse about philosophy, in the detail that it's been, you easily imagine some of these witnesses taking a couple of hours each. So, that's, again, goes back to my concern about trying to limit the scope of what's really that issue here. Partly just that they get us done in a reasonable time. I would think that in our case, alone would probably be a day and a half, maybe, and at least half of that, judging like this afternoon, would be cross-examination.
Your Honor, sorry that it's taking so long.
Let me add, though, because, and I recognize there are strong feelings on both sides of this question. I don't mean to constrain the presentations here. I want to give both sides a fair opportunity to present. If it winds up taking another 2 or 3 days, then so be it. That's just how long sometimes these things take. I think as a practical matter, for example, one of the issues was the identification of individual defendants' description of their roles. I thought that was a fair objection, and that has resulted in the presentations taking longer. But that's okay. I would rather have the facts and have everything laid out and give all parties an opportunity to present. So I think what I'm hearing is that this is probably another 2 to 3 days to complete. Maybe optimistically 2 days, maybe you have another half day, turning Bower, I don't know. But a day and a half, it's at least another 2 days. So to plan for anything less would not be realistic. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say. I have Alan I want to put on, finish his testimony. I have Jane, who is one of the plaintiffs. And then I do have some supporting witnesses as well. We got through one of them, counselor. I mean, Judge, with regard to the Scott case, which has been cited to you in the briefing, it was a 9-day bench trial. So my point is that
you're actually quicker and more efficient than us.
Fishing for compliments.
I'd just follow that. It's true that if you look at many of the abortion cases, the Scott case is one of the abortion cases, they do talk about trials of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever. But if you look at the opinions, the appellate court opinions, and they take this 3-week trial and put it down, it has like 1-page significance. So I guess my point again is that although there is, I agree, potential here for and we've even talked about the hundreds of hours of videotapes that are available. I'm just saying that I still continue to believe that if we got the legal issues clarified and narrowed, and maybe there's been some progress on that today. And I said I do intend to file a motion to dismiss. I do think that that's going to enable us to proceed with more speed than this result.
Well, I would like, it's obvious we're not going to conclude today, but I would like to frankly request my brother that we can have some type of good faith agreement that some of the evidence that came in today, that not continue during this hiatus until we come back in here. Not with prejudice, it's an understanding, it's not a court order, but that we have some peace and tranquility out on the job.
Well, if I can
between now and then.
Make our position clear. That is that nothing has occurred to date on behalf of any of my clients that is improper, that there has been no verified testimony today of any legally improper activity, and then accordingly I would not recommend to them anything in terms of any type of modification of their activities, which I feel as being something that is well within their First Amendment rights to determine.
I'm not, and I think I said this to counsel before we get started, but I'm not going to issue any kind of temporary or preliminary order right now. I think there are very significant legal and constitutional issues that I've yet to resolve regarding the claims in this case. So I'm not prepared to issue any even temporary injunctive relief right now. I will say though that obviously, if it's some period of time and some event should take place between now and then, and it bears on some of the issues, I wouldn't be surprised if the city tries to introduce any of that evidence as we go forward. But I'm not going to. I think these are, as I've said, I've yet to find a single analogous case from another jurisdiction where involving tortious interference with a contractual relations claim in a context like this. And secondly, I do think there are very serious constitutional issues that are raised by this case, and I want to take my time to make sure I get it right rather than rush to any kind of decision before I'm prepared to do that. So, I apologize. These things take some time, but that's just the reality of how long it's gonna take. And we'll get you in as soon as we possibly can. And I made a proposal for this Friday, but it's clear from talking to counsel that that date is not going to work. But I'll talk to the sergeant as soon as we can get a couple of days that we'll work with counsel. We'll get this thing in
and we'd be I think we'd be happy to get on the phone with the clerk.
Yeah, I would expect that Clerk Peel will be in touch with both counsel on the case. Mr. Eyre, you'd be involved, but I understand you're going to be away from what you represented at the bench for the next 4 to 6 months. Is that correct?
That's good.
Thank you. And you have counsel, so if you want to say something to your counsel, So Zager has
The question is, I think it's a reasonable question. Part of the building fact to put us a long way away, but whether it would be 2 days or those 2 days can be done right in the executive. Cynthia, if that's possible, that would be
if there's any way to possibly make that happen, we'll do that. That would be my preference as well, rather than to do this in chopping it up. It's already perhaps chopped off more than I would like. I think it would be better for all concerned if we could just continue, but I recognize that the hearing's taking longer than at least.
We'd like to invite you to visit freekeene.com. Freekeene.com features audio, video, and blogs chronicling the transition to a voluntary society. Freekeene.com also has comments and discussion forums so you can be heard. Freekeene.com.
I should be in Keene, New Hampshire with the Free Staters.